Harwich Conservation Commission for November 6, 2019. I want to encourage you folks to sign in. We have a sign-up sheet in the back. And also, we are being videotaped here tonight, and so I wanted to inform the public that that's happening as well. So the first hearing on the agenda is a request for termination of applicability for 11 Nehoden Street. A proposal to replace a screened-in porch and carport on a slab foundation with the addition of a crawl space.
New site plan.
Okay. I move that we grant the continuance. Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we have an ordinance for 6 and 10 Neal Road, proposal for a shorefront protection project.
Hi, Don Monroe from Coastal Engineering. You've seen this once before. We got some feedback from Greg Berman, who you folks wanted to have take a look at it. We also received an initial Natural Heritage, and we responded to those comments by Amy Hennig up at Natural Heritage. And we also made some changes to the proposal based on not only Natural Heritage's input and the Commission's concerns, but also based on Greg Berman's report. So one of the more significant changes is that the drift fence that we had as a relatively heavy-duty drift fence with 4x4 slats, as you can see in the section view, we reduced that to a typical lighter duty, although the posts are still 6x6 cedars, either cedar squares or cedar round posts, 6 diameter.
Don, they can't hear you on the mic.
I'm sorry.
You can take it with you.
So if you have a copy, we'll just run through it quick. We changed it to 2x4 rail, 2x6 bracing in the back, 2x3 slats, kept the post the same. So we reduced the size and the scale of that significantly. We also made sure that we're the same dimension between slats as the dimension of the slats, because Greg wanted us to make sure that we were 50% porosity. So we're still proposing it to be only a 6-inch reveal. If they're doing erodes and exposes, he talked about maybe a trigger point, so we can talk about that tonight. What would the commission prefer as a trigger point to the amount of fence that's exposed, and then we go back in and cover it up. We're keeping the nourishment the same. We provided Natural Heritage with sections and details of the actual reconstruction, which we also submitted to you folks. So we added these views over here of the cross section through each one of the groins that we're reconstructing. We also show the profile view, which we showed on our original plan. There was a discussion about whether or not the access ramp could be a rollout access ramp, but we talked to the owner, we talked to the contractor who's here tonight, Dave Aquina. They have a number of elderly relatives that need a flat, solid surface to be able to get down to the beach. And we felt that the rollout was going to provide enough of a stable surface for them to get down. So we'd prefer the elevated walkway if at all possible. We are willing to remove the concrete steps that are in midway. The only reason we didn't offer that is that we felt that that would be more disturbance, but it seems like Natural Heritage indicated and Greg Berman indicated there might be, didn't he? No, Greg didn't. Can't remember, I'd have to look back. But Natural Heritage did ask if we would consider removing that out of the dune. So we can remove it. We would just take the concrete out, then fill it back with native sand, and then just replant it with beach grass. So that's the. Oh, there was let's see. Let's go through. There are a couple other items on the Natural Heritage that we addressed. So we did respond to their concerns regarding the land ownership. We made an error on the plan itself in depicting the property line in this location, not the property line. The property line is correct, but we had the fence going, the property line on this end to the west goes down the groin, then takes an angle and goes off like this. We had the fence actually over into this little sliver of land that's on this lot. So we brought the fence back 10 feet off that property line so that it's all on the judge's property. It's not on any other property. Then the groin reconstruction section, I've just gone through that. We provided her with these section views. And also I think she wasn't questioning the licensing of them, but we will go through licensing them. But what we do have is the original 1938 license, which was a DPW contract, which is the department that actually built them back in the 40s. The license was issued in 1938, and the cross sections right here, and we're mimicking that to the T. This cross section here on our plan. So we're not changing the height. The width is roughly 12 feet. The height is roughly 3 feet above. 3 feet above grade. We're staying that grade. We're not changing the length of them. We're in actually the westerly groin on the license plan, which would be this one right here, was actually licensed to be 125 feet long. We're keeping it at 111. We're not changing the length. We're just reconstructing what's there and what's survived since the 40s when they were built. The access, I think we went over that last time. We met with Hines. I think he submitted a letter too. We met with Hines and the harbor master. We were originally going to come over this way, but because of the amount of material we'd have to to get over the groin and this groin, and the amount of things we'd have to do in the landing area made it a non-starter. There is a little access way. If you went out there, I think we had it staked at one point. There's an open area that we can use to get down to the beach right in that location. Greg did talk about the CZM transects as a method of calculating the erosion rate. And then he does talk about, though, that if there's local data that supports, that is more accurate, which we do have because we did a survey for Tom White back in 2012 of that dune face, and then we did the survey last year for the current owner, and that data between 2012 and today, we've determined that there's anywhere from a 3 to 5 foot loss of the face of the dune. And I think you might have gone out there. I know Amy went out there when the storm occurred a couple of weeks ago. They actually lost 2 more feet of that dune from that storm. So there may be an accretion indication if you spread it out over the CZM transect life, which is back to the late 1800s. But the concentrated erosion that's taken place over the last 10 years is indicative of the dune moving landward, not by wind blown, but by the fact that the face is being chewed away by the wave action. So any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Summary for us, Amy?
Sure. So thank you for getting back to Natural Heritage in regards and answering some of the questions that they had. They have not come back to us and with their their summary or any of their conditions, and without that, say that we typically don't and shouldn't vote on a project without that. They'll typically put conditions on, particularly for piping plovers, that we may want to incorporate into our orders of conditions or have discussion on. So, but I think a lot has been fleshed out between last time and this time, so that's good. So Heritage asked for more information. I put it in my summary to you what they wanted. Some of it's been answered, if not all of it, and we'll see what they say. Mass DMF was concerned the nourishment might be close to where there could be eelgrass, and we had that conversation on site, and the best time to survey for eelgrass is really, we just passed it. It's July to September. So if that's something you want more information on before nourishment below the mean high water mark, we can discuss that too. Heinz, our natural resource director, did say he does not believe that there is eelgrass in that area. It is mapped by the state as being rough, well, state maps are not completely accurate, but in the vicinity. Eelgrass doesn't tolerate any really sand inundation. So we just have to be careful if you were nourishing below mean high water, especially at the farthest extent that you're at, that you wouldn't be closest to that. It could also be conditioned that prior to potent nourishment that a survey be done, if you were to allow survey below mean, or nourishment below mean high water, that prior to nourishment, that a eelgrass survey could be done and make sure that there's no eelgrass there within 100 feet of it. Greg Berman, our county coastal processing specialist, also works for Woods Hole Sea Grant, did write a technical report for you. He had recommended that the fence, he called what was proposed before the sturdiest of the drift fences, and recommended that it go to be a little bit less sturdy, less of what you would consider a coastal engineered structure. And they've arranged or changed it so that it does meet his recommendation of 2 by 3 inch slats instead of the 4 by 4 with 50% porosity so that sand moves in. He also notes that it's possible the fence does not extend doesn't need to extend across the entire property. We can include that. I liked his recommendation and that the fence should be buried with the exception of maybe a little bit at the top, and that we install some sort of the data on this particular site leads you to, I mean, it's really hard to tell whether you're accreting or eroding. It's good to know that in the short term that we have lost a little bit. If you do look at the CZM transects, it fluctuates. But we also know that the site has gotten nourished a couple of times in the past when there's been dredging. So it's a little bit hard to tell if what's would happen here under natural circumstances, I guess. But we are experiencing they are experiencing erosion at this point. So I think it would come down to, with what they're proposing to do, with the nourishment they're proposing to do in the fencing, will that have a negative or positive impact on the resource areas, which are coastal dune and coastal beach? So I guess I will leave it at that for now and just say it looks, unfortunately, like we'd probably be looking for a continuance after we talk about a bunch of things.
Thanks, Amy. Carolyn, do you want to start with any comments or questions?
I don't have any questions now.
Okay. Jim?
Yeah, I don't think I really have anything now. I guess we'll see what the letter says from NHESP or they'll get back to us.
Mm-hmm. Sam?
Bunch of questions.
Good.
I guess one thing I was thinking about today, you know, we have an overall project, building up some of those interior groins and then the fencing and sand nourishment. And I guess my question is, what if we did some of them, like the groins? What impact might they have alone that might help the issue in there? And I'm not looking for answers. That's one question I have. So do we need to do all of those things? This fence thing I'm kind of confused about, because if we're burying, I've seen fences, I've been walking, even though I haven't lived here all this time, I've been walking these southern beaches for over 25 years, and I've seen some properties where they've tried to put up fencing and temporary solutions, including pumping in sand, and we're fighting Mother Nature here. It's everything that's been tried. Matter of fact, there's one fence just this past storm with 4x4s with slats up there. It's gone. And there's about 6 feet of beach that eroded from there. So with that said, we're putting a less structured fence, but it's being buried. So I'm not sure what the impact of a buried fence is having. And if it does get, and if the sand does get washed away or blown away, we talk about nourishment, like how quickly is that going to happen? Can that be done at any time or just certain times of the year? So once we've gone beyond that level, we're still limited by when we can re-nourish that. Oh, and the other thing is, by putting all the sand, and we've talked about in other places on the Cape, what are the other unintended impacts of nourishing that property with sand, and it goes somewhere else? And I don't know the answer to that, but there are unintended consequences here by treating this property and what impacts that might have on other properties. So those are some of my questions. Again, I'm not looking for answers tonight, but.
Thanks, Dan. Mark?
Abstain.
Okay. Ernie?
Don, we talked quite a bit about, at the last meeting, about where the impacts actually beach. You said the two center groins, there was very little impact in between them because of I assume because of the proximity of those two groins. You also suggested that the easternmost groin would be likely to accrete sand because of the wave motion. So the real impact would have been on the western groin. Yet your proposal still sort of covers the whole beach here. And I thought at the last meeting we had that you agreed that we should probably focus on a portion of the beach.
We can focus this, yeah, I don't know if I think I should have listened to Brad's comments too, so I shouldn't have interrupted you, because you may have more.
Well,
I would like to make them all,
principal question, yeah.
I'd like to
I
take
don't
them
know.
all
You want
down.
to add anything to that, Brad, that you can address?
No, I'd say, and feel free to answer any particular question if you want to.
Well, first of all, you're asking Stan to segment the project. And typically DEP doesn't like, nor does MEPA like, not that we have to file an EF, but they suggest that you don't segment your project because you need to look at the whole impact. So if we build a fence and it has an impact, then we are in an awkward position to come back and ask for a groin. So that begs the question, well, what's the impact? Well, the last time I checked, one of the most important things that we have for resiliency, coastal resiliency, is beach nourishment. You have a massive program in this town where they actually dump sand all along the 4 miles. So sand in and of itself doesn't have a negative impact unless it impacts another resource area, which would be shellfish or eelgrass. The shellfish constable has indicated that he doesn't see that there'd be an impact because there's relatively little shellfishing done in this location. The lens that we're proposing in the intertidal, which would be the concerned area between mean high and mean low, it's such a thin layer that the Army Corps has indicated in many pamphlets that they've written that the shallower the amount of material, the easier it is for any organism to recover and recover relatively quickly within less than a year. That's the intent behind keeping our lens not very deep when we get to the intertidal. What we're trying to establish is exactly what Natural Heritage wants to see to promote plover habitat, which is a 10-to-1 slope in the intertidal where the plover like to run in and out of the wave areas to collect or get food. So that's the intent of the thin lens, is to try to promote the habitat for those wildlife concerns that might be adversely affected if we didn't pay attention to that grade. So we paid attention, and we always pay attention, and so does the town's own permits pay attention to trying to keep the 10-to-1 grade in the area where plover habitat might be viable. So sand in and of itself isn't going to create a negative impact because we superimpose the eelgrass beds that are on the Mass GIS website, and it's over 300 feet offshore. We can do another survey before to make sure, because we did that when we were initially trying to permit a similar location up by Beach Road for the town. And we're going to do an interim survey to make sure that when we actually did the work, that we wouldn't be impacting any area that might have accreted landward, meaning the eelgrass. So I don't think we have any resource areas under your concern about placing the sand, because the sand that you're already supplying through the dredging program in the town, through the, taking the material out of the channels and then placing it upstream, is traveling longshore, but getting trapped by the groins, because you can see it in the aerial views, that you get the scallop shape, so the sand is still trying to move down the shoreline, but gets obstructed by the groins, the real big ones, which we have 2 of on this property, which we're not touching. So I don't see that that's, I understand it's a concern of yours, and I think I'm trying to answer it, and I think because you already have a sand replenishment program, we're not doing something greater than that, except that we're trying to place it below mean high water to have it be more effective to dissipate wave energy. That's why most of the beaches are a 10-to-1, because it does dissipate wave energy, rather than piling it all up on the upper shore, where it would just get scarped and scarped and scarped, and it really isn't doing anything to assist the applicant to try to reduce wave energy. So that's the intent behind keeping it the way we have proposed it originally, and that goes to Ernest's concern about whether we should place more of the sand to the west as what we would visually see from the scalloping as the most impacted area to wave action. That's all well and good, but our intent isn't just to address the wave action. Our intent is to address the whole property so that the effect of wave energy to the property is dissipated through the slope that we create, rather than think about making sure the supply is placed in an area where the most erosion is. Act differently than it acts now to dissipate wave energy. We don't have the benefit of putting a hard structure here because it is a dune. We can't put a rock revetment of a dune. The house is a pre-78 home that's been rebuilt, so there could be a question as to whether or not it still has pre-78 status. So if the dune disappeared, certainly we'd be in front of you with a rock revetment. There'd be no reason why we couldn't. The only reason we couldn't is because there's a dune there, and you can't put a rock revetment in or near a dune. So we're looking at alternatives for this homeowner that are considered very soft solutions, and to apply the idea that this type of resiliency is adverse, hard for me to understand, except that I understand, because you're doing a lot of things that are not ordinary, meaning rebuilding the groin. But that's not going to cause an adverse effect because they're already there. The function of those are to keep the place. That's what the original license was for, was that the state was going to compartmentalize the sand along that shorefront that was experiencing erosion, although the state didn't have the funding to keep the sand filled to entrapment. So this is to put sand in the entrapment area that was created by a licensed structure by the state. So we're only trying to follow suit with what the original intent was for the groins by building them to the standard that they were designed at in the 30s, which is still used by the Corps to this day. The center with the center, I'll just point to it here and I'll explain it over here. The center or the core of the jetty is the part that will trap the sand, but it won't trap it like filter cloth. It'll still allow it to move, but it'll slow it down. That was the intent, we think, of why the groins were installed in the first place. So we're not creating a new structure, we're just taking the existing structure and bringing it back up to the engineering standards of when it was designed.
Why don't we continue with Ernie's questions? How's that?
Yes, that'd be great, thank you.
So what you've addressed is the replenishment of the sand, but you didn't address the issue of whether or not we need the fencing, the whole length of the property.
We don't necessarily need the fence the whole length of the property. We're asking to permit the full length. If the commission would rather see us do a portion of it, we're open to that. The most critical part for us and the owner is between the two groins. We want to see the fence at least there, because that, to us, is the area where they want and they use as their beach. So the sand on either side of the two middle groins is in an effort to stave off the erosion of the dune itself, so that ultimately protects their upland. The sand in between the two groins and the fence in between the two groins is to create a more usable beach for the property owner. So we'd like to see at least you allow us to put the fence in between the two groins.
But you had mentioned the last time that you didn't see any significant accretion or erosion in between the two groins, the two center groins.
People had said that. I didn't say that there's no. That dune has eroded significantly since 2012. The face of that dune, you just look at the photos we have even on our plan that we presented, and your own agent's testimony, that has eroded. There's no question it's eroded. The photographs show it, and the data shows it. The survey in 2012, the face of that dune was at least the limit of what we're proposing to create the face on our proposal. And so we've got towns, and I don't mean to talk about other towns, but many towns, including Harwich, have allowed dune enhancement because it's beneficial to most every other resource area. Just a natural dune is a benefit to the beach, the coastal bank, because it protects it, the upland, it protects it, it allows beach grass to grow. So I think what we're proposing with the dune enhancement is a benefit all the way around. I can't see where that would be.
When you say dune enhancement, Don, what do you mean?
So if you look at the section view, or the profile view, the dune right now, the top of it stops right here. I'm sorry, the lower dune, right here, stops right here. This portion of sand that's right in this location is actually, we're proposing to build the elevation of the dune out beyond the proposed fence. That's going to be planted with beach grass in an effort to make this dune wider than what's there now, to the point where it was around in 2012. So we're trying to add sediment to the front face of that dune, which we do on Lieutenant's Island and Wellfleet. We have to do it all the time because that fore-dune that protects many other properties is critical to that. But when the sand gets eroded, it replenishes the actual nutrient base for all shellfish. It doesn't have an adverse effect because it spreads out in such a thin layer that the nutrients that are composed and comprised inside the sand is a benefit. That's why we're using, Cape Cod sand, because it's got that element in it that promotes that kind of wildlife. So when I say enhance the dune, we're trying to not only build a beach that's got the 10-to-1 slope, but so that 10-to-1 slope goes gradual, but then when you get to the front of the dune, it'll go to a 6-to-1 slope, and then that 6-to-1 slope, you can move that in and out so that the top plateau of the dune gets wider instead of narrower during erosion. So if we widen it, then we're providing sediment as a source to the beach, and then we're also supplying nutrients as the sand gets eroded away on the gradual 10-to-1 slope to the plovers and the shellfish.
But it sounds more importantly, your plan to plant beach grass there will help
Correct.
stabilize it as well,
Correct.
right?
Yes, that's why the fencing on either side of the two groins, we could augment that with more beach grass and try to get the roots to do what the fence might do, because it will trap windblown sand as well. So that's, we're up for that. We're open for that.
I would like to see in your proposal where you would do that, because I don't see that on any of the material that you've given to us yet.
Right, because we'd like to permit the whole thing.
Yeah, and our goal obviously is to minimize impact on resource areas. So, sort of a little
Yeah, so,
adverse
yes, Ernest, if you see
focus
the
here.
fence has an impact, I respect that, and we'll since we have to continue, we can look at how much can we reduce that on either side to satisfy your concern about the impact of the fence to resource areas.
Just going back to a couple of things you said, like some other projects you've done, I guess, on islands and stuff. And then we talked about the erosion. So again, we're putting nourishment in, but it doesn't last.
No.
And so that's what I guess my point was earlier, that we're fighting a losing battle.
If you don't do anything, then you're giving up and making it even worse, because if you don't augment the dune, and that dune will continue to erode because we have sea level rise, then you're saying to the client, we're not giving you any opportunity to make your shorefront resilient. We're just gonna let it erode the way it wants to erode. And I don't think that's what the intent is behind the regulation.
Because the other question I was going to ask, if by putting in the project that you're proposing here, when you have a significant storm like we had, you think it would lessen the impact, but it's not going to prevent the damage?
No, every dune that we ever create is sacrificial in nature. Mother Nature makes them sacrificial. So the owner and the engineer know that. But
you might have lessened the impact on that.
beyond to the landward side. So you're trying to give them some sort of resiliency to loss of upland and coastal bank by augmenting the dune.
Any more, Ernie, from you?
No, I think Amy had some comments.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, regardless of if you nourish or not, the way, just to your point of, are we adding too much, like, is that much sand gonna have a detrimental effect somewhere else? Only if you had a revetment there would it really have a detrimental effect. Because whether or not you have sacrificial sand that's artificially put there, or you don't do that at all and just let things continue to happen, erode more and more and more. So it's probably, I mean, it might be a little bit of a different rate, because obviously your new stuff is going to be a little bit farther seaward than your edge that you have. But because it's soft, it's a dune, it's just going to take it anyways.
That's a good point. Because if you don't put sand there, it's going to erode what's
It's going to
there.
erode it anyways, so it's
you
going to
still-
take
so,
sand.
you know, okay, let's stop the sand from going out there. Well, now you're not even allowing Mother Nature to do its thing. So all we're doing is taking the erosion rate that we know is there, putting sand back, and we know it's going to erode at that rate again.
Right.
But it does protect the upland and gives them more time to enjoy the property, as opposed to just letting it erode the dune and then the coastal bank. Because there's a coastal bank behind that.
Right.
So Amy's point is right. Eventually, if the dune disappears, it'll erode the coastal bank, because seaward's, the ocean's still gonna move landward. It's just a fact of nature.
Do you see this replenishment in perpetuity?
Yes, it'll be ongoing. We have many projects that they nourish sometimes annually on the Cape Cod Bay
And
side.
does this come with a requirement for a new owner?
No,
would-
because when you close, if someone else buys the property, then the order of conditions that stands with the property has to be closed out. A COC is issued, then that person has to come back in front of you to get a new permit to do the work, and you would have it
But
be reviewed.
sometimes
be
we
ongoing
say, sometimes
Yep.
we say
Yep,
that
certainly.
this is not negated by,
Yes, you can
Yeah.
put ongoing conditions.
Okay. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about the nourishment below the mean high water mark. And I think you've made a good case on how this site needs to have nourishment. But we haven't been allowing nourishment below the mean high water mark, at least in the last 10 years or so. Do we have any regulations that
We
really...
just did in Pleasant Bay, that one little spot with
Right.
the town, but that's the only case.
Right, that's the only case that I can think of.
Yeah.
And so what drives us to that? Is there a regulation in our bylaws or the Wetlands Protection Act that says no nourishment below mean high water mark?
It's additional hurdles, because as soon as you go below mean high water, you need, a lot of people don't want to deal with it. The town didn't want to deal with it on a town-wide level, because need a Chapter 91 license, you need to do
Quality.
water quality certification. There's potential more impacts for shellfish or eelgrass, so there's just additional hurdles, but I think in some instances, it's worth looking at.
Okay, it's good to
But
know.
there's just additional, once you go below mean high water, there's more regulatory
point.
hurdles that
Right.
most people don't
It's
want to
usually
deal
the
with.
permitting
Yeah.
that keeps people from pursuing something that I believe most of DEP and 91 would encourage, because it does allow for resiliency in a soft way, because the beaches are one of the best wave energy eaters, if you will.
Right.
That the more you have that 10-to-1 slope, the better.
Right, so I think the slope's really important, but I have not been supportive of nourishment below the mean high water mark, because I see impacts where it's happened on the Cape. Intertidal and subtidal benthic organisms can be impacted, and they have been. And so I think you have to be really careful when you authorize that practice. So it's something I want to look at very closely here. It seems like you're trying to obtain that 10-to-1 slope, and so you've got to go a little ways past the mean high water mark. But it's something we have to pay attention to. It occurred at Red River Beach about 15 years ago, and there were impacts that should not have happened. It occurred at West Dennis Beach maybe 5 years ago, I think significantly. Not our jurisdiction, obviously, but I think you got to be careful when you put nourishment well below the mean high water mark. You've got a lot of organisms beyond eelgrass that are living there. And I do think it's a short-term impact, because that sand will move on. And at Red River, it took a bunch of years, but it finally moved on. You're back to a coarser substrate, which I think is more natural for the things that want to live there. So that's a concern I have. I'm not sure if I'm ready to support nourishing below. If you can achieve your slope without doing that,
Can't, Brad, in this
And-
location. I'd love to.
well, I've got to
We
look
don't
at it.
have the dimension to be able to do it. It's not there.
Right,
And that's why we're trying to make the lens that you're concerned about as narrow as possible.
Right.
So that the organisms don't get affected adversely. And, quite honestly, I've worked with Pam Newbert on other projects where she has weighed in on the macrolides and the others, and as long as the layer is 6 inches or less, she hasn't seen a negative impact, and nor has the Corps.
right.
There are studies in New Jersey and North Carolina where they do a lot below mean high water, and they have not seen an impact. So we're in a state that is slowly to come around to it,
Well,
which would be nice, because
I will say, New Jersey has, what, a third of the tidal amplitude we have here? So it's a very different situation.
yeah, but why not try this?
Well, like I said, I've seen where it's been done, there's been impacts, so.
But what was I guess what was the thickness of that, and why was there a long-term? Because I wasn't involved in that, so maybe someone who was not technically oriented didn't place it the proper way in grading it, because we have a program in Chatham where we've done below mean high water for a long time, and there's no negative impact there. But that lens, it's on Sears Road, right at the end of Seashell Drive.
Yeah.
And that is in between 3 groins, and 3 property owners. They pumped material from all the way from Mill River, which was over 2 miles away, and that was the county dredge that spread all that material out and made sure that it was a very thin layer and at a 10-to-1 slope. And there were so many, unfortunately, it was dredge material, and the stuff that came out of the dredge material was like so full of all kinds of nutrients that there were seagulls, there were wildlife all over the place. So unfortunately, we don't have that benefit right now because the county dredges aren't available.
Was there a study done a post-nourishment monitoring study done at
We
that site?
have post-monitoring on that one, yes.
Yeah, well, it might be helpful if we could see that.
Okay.
And if there is eelgrass within 100 feet, then we would not be likely to authorize it anyways.
Right.
And so,
Agreed.
when would this work want to occur? Next summer, or?
Contractor's here, this is Dave, so I'll let him speak to the,
How's everybody going? Good evening. David Requena. So the ideal workflow for this project is we'd like to start the walkway over the winter if we could. Just because when it comes to the spring, Mr. Judge has, his parents are elderly, and what happened this past August, I came to see Amy because there's some stones that you use to kind of get down to the beach. I'm sure you guys have all been there, you guys have walked it. It isn't very easy to get down there, so they had some loss at the very end, at the head of the dune. And in August, I came down, like I said, and we had built a temporary staircase to get down to the beach. And that last storm that came completely wiped it out. So, I mean, we just built a brand-new structure down there, and it's gone. We've lost at least 18 inches to possibly almost 2 feet just in that area alone. You can see, if you were there today, you can see how it's actually eroded right into the dune in that section. There's some steel sticking out of the ground. I don't know how long it's been there. It's been there for a really long time, but we never saw that before. So that's all new stuff coming out of the ground. So it's just, it's eroding pretty fast in that area. So he just wants to maintain his access to the beach. That's his biggest priority. Just to kind of keep things simple here, if I could. As far as the groins are concerned, Mr. and Mrs. Judge are not asking for anything aside from what they own, what they purchased, what's there now. They had groins. Those groins have, over the years, they aren't what they used to be. And he just wants to
Can I
repair.
pull back for a second
Yeah.
and come back to the question that I asked on the timing? Because
Yeah.
if we do want an eelgrass survey,
Yeah.
that would occur next summer. And
Right.
so is that compatible with your schedule?
If you could allow at least the construction of the walkway over the winter, I think he's open to repairing the groins and everything else, the rest of the work later on. But he would like to construct a walkway, the access to the beach prior.
Okay.
I would also maybe, and we can talk about this, we have to come back anyways, so we have a few things to look at, but I don't see, normally you nourish late winter, early spring is usually when you put sand down before the plovers come. And if you're concerned about additional erosion in the winter, maybe the commission would consider allowing
Good point.
Yeah, that'd be great.
And that's, and the plantings then would occur when?
Well, if you nourished in the winter, you plant beach grass in the winter
Yeah.
as well. You could try it.
Right.
It's not really expensive to do.
Right.
That's the piece that, to me, seems like will have the greatest benefit to what they want to have happen, is to extend that dune, plant it up, build it
Yeah.
up. That seems to be favorable, but it's, you know, the nourishment below that I'm concerned about, and so I guess we need some more information on that, and everybody should think about that feature. Another question I have is on the walkway. Is it going to extend beyond what it was permitted previously?
There's, the only thing that's there now is a concrete set of steps that we don't even know if they were ever permitted. They're up in this location, Brad, up here.
It wouldn't extend, I don't believe, to answer, if I, it wouldn't extend past where the stairs previously were,
No, it would not. So,
that are now gone.
From the diagram, it looks like it extends past the footing of the groin, right?
it extends beyond the concrete staircase, maybe 50 to 60 feet beyond, but that's an existing walkway.
Well,
Talking about
let me
Yep.
clarify that.
Yeah.
So, Brad, the existing concrete that you might have seen out there is up in this location right here.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't afford you to get down to the beach.
Right.
Oh.
It's so far up into the dune, it's a waste of, that's why Amy Hennig wants it removed. Serve any purpose. There hasn't ever really been, to my knowledge, a set of stairs out to this location nor a platform like we're proposing. We're proposing it because the people that own it have people that can't get down through the dune on an existing, through the dune, that's actually not enhancing and not benefiting the dune.
Yep.
It's pedestrian traffic going right
So it
through
is
the dune.
further.
So we're not going any further than the base of the dune that's out there currently.
But it
The
is new
base
rock.
of the existing base of the dune after you
Well,
replenish that?
It'll be after, you're right, good point, after we replenish it.
Okay, so if you were to put this walkway in before you replenish it, you're going to assume that the dune will be replenished and you're spanning out farther.
We would stop it at the current dune if we don't do the nourishment because.
So they
of the-
all have to be decided together.
That's exactly right. So it sounds like if we are allowed to enhance the dune, then it would make sense to enhance the dune along with putting the stairway into the enhanced location of the dune.
Okay, so your owner, Mr. Judge, needs those two decisions made together. You can't just put the walkway in.
We could put it in existing dune without nourishing and then come either under direction of Amy, extend it after we do the nourishment. That's an alternative. We've done that in other locations.
You know, the other question is, when you talk about removing those cement stairs, I think I raised this last meeting, there were old handrails there. I wonder how far those stairs go down into what was maybe done years ago, you know, from the dune years ago, being
That's
a lot
buried.
different. So I don't know how far that's gonna go down. Because the old handrail is only a couple of feet up. It has to be going down quite a bit. So I don't know how you'd even,
Why do you have to take
Remove
them
that.
out? Can't you
Well, it was
just
suggested by
replenish over them?
Natural Heritage.
They haven't been to the site, though. I think if the commission were to say it's just easier to leave them in and more
Right.
benign, that they would go along with it.
Yeah.
They haven't been to
Right.
the site.
Okay.
Okay, so that's another point of attention that, you know, does the staircase extend beyond the transition? The transition makes sense, it's necessary, but does it go, you know, the diagram, it looks like it might go beyond that, the dune face, but it sounds like you're saying it won't. That's something to pay attention. There shouldn't be an extension that really goes beyond what is necessary to get folks over the transition. I think that's all I really have. Any other points? Any comments from the audience? Okay. So waiting to hear back from Natural Heritage.
Yep.
Okay.
So our next one is November 20th.
So before we move on to the continuation, in the interest of the permitting part of it, so that some work can take place based on what the contractor has said, based on his conversations with the owners. We already know that the groins are gonna have to go through a 91 process. If we don't get the permit for all of it, it might make sense to get a permit for the certain items that Mr. Judge wants. Right. And we have an opportunity to make changes to the plan. I don't want to come back to another meeting and then we have to, you know, go to another meeting after that. It sounds like if we were presenting something that were the enhanced dune and the stairway, that might be able to be approved next time if Natural Heritage responds. Is that a correct assumption or not?
Can you segment that without having amendment, Amy?
You can. Well, you can say at this, you just make it known at a public meeting that for now, we're kind of dropping this off, and that you would vote to permit the sand nourishment and the walkway. And then farther down the road, you can decide whether either it needed to be for the groins and the nourishment below mean high water and maybe some fencing. Whether that could be amendment or a new NOI.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, you can, I mean, as long as they agree essentially or say that they're gonna do that,
Wait,
that's fine.
I'm a little bit confused here, because originally I said, are you saying just permit, amend it later on with the intent of doing the whole project? Because I originally raised the question, do you need to do
Right,
everything?
segment it. I
And you said
think,
yes.
well, I think maybe,
I'd rather not segment it, but
Rather
I'd
not
also
seg-
rather not
It's easier if you do segment it, to do the stuff that's above mean high water and then separate off what's below mean high water. You don't wanna take something that's below mean, yeah, sorry.
There is a definite demarcation that we could ask the commission that if they approve, based on a plan revision, the nourishment and the stairs, but they're not closing the idea that we would be coming back with the groins and the below mean high water. So we're not necessarily segmenting it, we're just
And where does
phasing
the
it
fence
so
go?
that, what's that?
Where does the fence go?
Well, we bring that, I mean, that's what we're talking about right now, trying to figure out, because it sounds like you've indicated that they're really interested in the stairs as soon as possible because they
Right.
need that for the summer. If we have to wait till summer to do the actual eelgrass survey, then they don't have stairway, because you can't
Right.
make a decision. And that's not fair to the owner, right, because they have a need for the stairway. There's no question, if they continue to walk through the dune, they're disrupting the dune and the vegetation. Getting them up and over it is a protection of the resource area, and also gets them down over the dune and for the elderly, so.
I mean, they're entitled to the 4-foot path, which is there. It seems like they would like assistance to get over with a transitional staircase.
Yeah,
So I don't know if there's a real benefit to the resource area. It's about,
well, if we plant, sure it is, Brad. If we plant it, if we elevate it 18 inches and we heat it and put sand under it, we've created more dune that they aren't gonna walk on, that's gonna grow and grow roots, which is a benefit not only to them, because that area can be susceptible to wave action, which we already see. It's a concentrated funnel where there's no root system, and that's why making mention that that's an area where you can actually see real erosion taking place because the water funnels right up in there.
would there be less funnel if you remove one of the groins?
Remove the groin,
One of the groins. If there's a funnel effect that's really exacerbating the erosion, is that something you've considered as an
we've considered removing one or two of the groins, and that's not on the table. Because that's not what that's, the groins themselves, because they're so dilapidated right now, they're not causing the funneling. The way we'll address the funneling if we enhance the groins is beach nourishment, so that you get the grade so that it's not acting as a funnel. And then with the dune replanted, with vegetation in the location that's the weak point in the dune, we feel that will work as a system that will,
What would happen if you took one of the groins out?
the scalloping that's taking place here, right? Because you can see it in this location here, and you can see it at the existing shoreline. It's not so pronounced here, but it's pronounced here, and then you get that drop here. The drop that's here will drop more on that same, on the side of whatever dune, whatever groin we decide to remove. The one that's remaining is going to have that effect on its eastern side. So you don't have that going on with these two right now.
Yeah.
So if you take this one, say you take this one out, and that's just gonna put more of the load on this one, so this is gonna erode faster in this location, just like it erodes extremely fast here. You're gonna invite probably more issues than leaving them both there, because right now, they're not showing signs of that for whatever reason. Could have been because of the nourishment that they placed back in 2012, could be.
Does anybody object if we follow that path, or they come back next meeting and seek to permit the walkway and the above mean high water mark nourishment?
I have no objection to that. That's the question, would that nourishment include the fence or not include the fence?
We probably want the
We
fence.
would want to do the fence at least in between the two groins.
That's probably what we would come
Yep.
back with. The fence between the two groins, the enhancement of the dune across the whole face above mean high water, and the stairway access. And then later on, with the commission's knowing, we would come back with an amendment to that, because you've already seen it, including the below mean high and the reconstruction of the groins.
I'm puzzled on why you wouldn't have the fence, why you wouldn't be interested in the fence on the westernmost groin, because that's where most of your erosion is right now.
Because we could come back with that under an amendment. I'm trying to make it so that we at least get a permit for the stairway and the protection of the stairway.
Right.
And that's why the fence is important in the center of the dunes. It protects not only the dune itself in between there and the beach that we're trying to create, but it protects the stairway as well.
Right.
And the flanks of the stairway.
It seems to me that if we're going to approve a fencing in one spot, we should approve it in the entire thing, or if
No,
we're going
I
to
don't agree with
reject
that, because the
fencing.
easternmost groins doesn't have that degree of erosion. It's mostly the western groin and as they're saying, the center groins because of the staircase being there. I don't think there's a need for the fence on the easternmost groin, between the two
So
groins on the
you would
eastern
want
side.
the fence just in the western and the center?
Well, preferably just the western, but they would like to have it in the center as well for some reason, so.
It's happening most visibly right in that center portion. So if
Is
you
it?
actually go down to the property often enough, you'll see that the erosion is in the center portion.
See, that was just the opposite of what you said the last presentation.
And what we
No.
saw
They said
this
the
morning-
most of the
what we saw
erosion was
today.
on the western side, and that the center section had the least erosion of any
Okay.
of
Well,
the
we have
areas
to
on the beach.
qualify that, because
All right.
this is new to Dave.
Yeah.
The erosion of the dune itself, because of the weakness created by pedestrian traffic, right here.
Yeah.
This is very vulnerable right now, because there's no planting.
Right.
So when he says the erosion's obvious there, he's not talking about the erosion of the beach.
So the fence should cure that without,
Yes.
I mean, the stairway should cure it without the need for a fence.
No, the fence
No.
will protect the flanks while we're trying to get the vegetation to grow, and the stairway will keep pedestrians off it from killing the grass.
Do you
that's
agree
growing.
then the eastern section doesn't need fencing?
I don't agree that it doesn't need it. Because the whole face of that dune's eroding, period. You can't tell me when I go out there and we look at the same dune face that that dune is not eroding.
Yeah,
The
I don't-
photographs show it.
I haven't seen any
So-
historical data
The
to know one way or
photograph,
the other.
we're
If
talking
you just
about the
go out there every
photographs
day.
that we,
If you just go out there every day, you'll actually see it. I'm out there often enough where I see the erosion. I just see it firsthand. We could sit here and talk about all the historical data, but when you go out there, you see it visibly.
I understand
And
that. I
there's,
mean,
and that's the piece. So
that's
if
the
we're gonna
natural-
construct, okay.
natural
well,
ebb and flow of a dune. You're gonna have accretion, you're gonna have erosion, so,
I-
looking at it short term, yeah, you can say it's eroding.
Yep.
But long term, is it eroding? I don't know.
I understand your point, well taken. But I guess the point that I'm trying to make is if we're gonna construct the stairway, that costs money, it costs time, and if we're gonna construct the staircase there, we wanna protect that staircase. So, whatever construction that we perform there, we wanna make sure that the sand doesn't erode around the staircase. So if we can at least put the fence around, in between those two middle groins, get at least that fencing up to keep the sand that we replace in place, that's our biggest concern right now. The walkway, the stairwell, keep pedestrians off of the dune and protect the sand that we put back.
I'd say come back next meeting with those items and, come before us. Everything else, there's some concerns. We can talk about that later.
Well, are there any other concerns that you feel we're gonna be up against? Anything new other than what we're discussing today, so that we can come back next meeting well prepared?
I think just knowing that that staircase is not going to extend onto the beach, that it really just covers the transition of that elevation change.
And that's all we're looking to do. We don't wanna go any further than that. We just want safe and adequate access to the beach. And that's all. So where the face of the dune transitions is where we wanna end the staircase.
At this point, proposing the smaller size fence. I'm not terribly familiar with that fence. So how do you feel about that sort of fence, Brad?
Those fences, to me, they don't last. They get torn up with winter storms eventually, so like it's your job to try to make it a way that it might last, but
Yeah.
that face there gets pounded every winter.
It does.
we have a fence just like that we're proposing right now. It's in Situate. and it's still there, and it's been there for 5 years. It's because we keep it covered, and when it does get exposed, traps some windblown sand, then the owner has to go out every season, because that's a road much faster than this, and it's still there. So there are fences that are not covered that are very exposed, 3 or 4 feet, yeah, they get hammered, and they will disappear. But our intent is to try to keep that dune intact over the fence, and when we do have an erosion event, because we know we have episodic events, that'll expose the fence. Those episodic events bring lots of wind. We want to take advantage of trapping whatever we can. Design of the fence, like the design of beach grass, which, traps windblown sand, and then the intent is to cover it so that it doesn't get completely obliterated, because we don't want it 2 to 3 feet exposed. 18 inches or less, we've found that the fences stay intact. Any further than that, there's Truro, I lost almost the whole fencing that they had along the whole shoreline in 2017, 18.
But, and again, I guess that's my concern, is you get a bunch of storms in there, and the timing, I mean, that fence gets uncovered before you get to your nourishment. What's gonna, I mean,
The design of the fence, because we've had some that get exposed up to 18 inches, which we anticipate might happen here, they last. It's when they get greater than that, so 18 inches might happen in one storm. After that one storm, we've had contractors go right out because we have an access over the person's property. We don't have to get anybody else's permission to cross over. He goes out and he puts the sand over the fence. The only time of year we wouldn't be able to do that is after April 1st, and that's not when most of the storms occur.
Any further comments for them coming back next meeting? Okay, well then I move that we continue this notice of intent until November.
20th.
And we were also discussing whether mitigation for this type of work requires mitigation, I'm not sure. Would the owner be willing to forego fertilizer, pesticides, herbicides on his property?
We're not talking about any of their upland right now, so no, that's not on the table.
I don't recall
We're-
talking about that for this particular one, Carolyn, I'm sorry.
We discussed it at the site visit. The question came up.
I
On-
think we were at a different property.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
It does seem a little bit far afield,
It does.
given the proposal, so
I think it does too, actually. I'm just clarifying that issue.
right. The only mitigation I could possibly see if they wanted to put that walkway out far beyond what it was formally permitted, And until November 20th. Seconded by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a notice of intent for 14 Sequotum Road, proposal for a new dwelling.
And again, while we have a minute, there's a lot of people who came in during the last hearing. There is a sign-in sheet on the back table, especially if you plan on speaking at any of these hearings, if you wouldn't mind signing it.
Good evening, everyone. Matt Farrell from O'Reilly and Associates. And to my right is the applicant, Bill Gibson. So everybody should be looking at a revised plan. The revision is on the top of the title block, which is in the bottom right-hand corner of the plan. It should say October 22nd, 2019. So the revised plan shows existing blue spruce.
This is not the right plan.
At the east side of the top of slope that goes down to the pond.
It is right here.
So we added that tree there. And then south of that, we added approximately 692 square feet of mitigation, approximately 10 more shrubs. The the required mitigation, the 2-to-1 ratio, we're exceeding it by about 515 square feet. It's all in the table of, the conservation area table, the existing and proposed area table. Also, the stone patio will be set on crushed stone, so it'll be impervious. And I guess at that, I'll go back and open it up to the commission.
Thank you. Any comments for us?
So at the last meeting, the commission had expressed some concerns that the new proposed structure, which includes the concrete, or the patio, was gonna be closer to the wetland resource area than what is currently on the site. And we had to adjust the mitigation as appropriate for, for a 2-to-1 and the 50 to 100 for the additional hardscape, which they have done. There's an additional area on the eastern side of the property that has some additional tree of heaven that could be removed and replanted. I agree with your plants you chose and spacing and everything like that. I don't know if I see the necessity of a variance from the 60-foot no disturb zone. You are still getting closer to the edge of the resource, even though it is a pervious patio. I mean, there's opportunity, I believe, to shift, if you wanted the patio to be that size, to shift back, or to put patios potentially on the sides of the house so that you're not getting closer to the wetland resource than you currently are existing. So I'm not saying necessarily that they couldn't have the expansion, I just think the forward creep towards the water is something we should discuss.
Thank you, Amy. Carolyn, do you want to start out?
I have no comments.
Okay.
No comments.
Stan? No. Mark?
Not at the moment.
Thank you. Ernie?
No, my only comment, I agree with Amy. That patio is just too close to the resource area within the 60 feet, and I think it should be reconfigured so that it stays outside of that boundary line.
And I would agree with that comment as well, and probably further say that I think that removal of the invasive tree really shouldn't qualify for mitigation for a structure that would need a variance. So I don't think that could really mitigate for allowing the structure within the 60, so that's what I would add.
Is everyone done?
I think so.
Just in looking at your regulations about the 60-foot setback, it seems to me that the intent of the regulations was to set things 60 feet so that you would have a 10-foot gap there where there would be no disturbance into the 50.
Mm-hmm.
I can honestly sit here and look everybody in the eye that there will be no disturbance into the 50 with this patio or the construction of it. It can be done without getting into that 10 feet that you're trying to protect with your regulations. That was all I had to say.
Mm-hmm. But the patio is in that 10 feet, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Just a question, could someone clarify the difference between what was there in feet and what the proposed is? How much closer it is?
Need a scale. I don't know if you can see it on your plan, it does say the existing, a concrete walkway, that's what I would kind of say is existing.
Jim?
Yeah.
Concrete walkway, new line,
I see
and
it.
50 foot.
I see. Yep. So it's from there to there.
So that's about 8 feet further out in an existing lawn area.
So that would, so the prior structure would have been outside of the 60 then, Matt, right?
It's pretty close at the, it's probably right at it, at this, the
It would have been
closest
just
point.
outside of it.
Just outside of it, yeah.
Like a foot outside, yeah.
And And then the only other thing I can say is, you know, this is where people are gonna hang out. The pond is there. Nobody's gonna be hanging out on the side of the house. And that's the place to put a patio to view the pond.
Why couldn't you put it behind the garage?
Well, we're planting to the north of that, so it would basically be blocked.
Yeah, move your plantings to the east.
On the pond side of it, on the pond side of the garage, they're planting. That's part of their mitigation.
Yeah, no, I understand, but do your mitigation planning where the patio is now and move the patio over beyond the garage. And that's your call. I'm just making a
Yep.
suggestion, that's all.
Thank you.
There's the other option of sometimes the commission says in addition to the 50-foot no disturb zone, they want a buffer strip of plantings. So how high is, that patio's gonna be on the ground, but, sometimes the commission has set a 5-foot buffer strip. Just trying to find some middle ground here is what I'm trying to do. So 55 feet, you know, with a low buffer strip.
We could do this. 8-foot wide patio, but keep it outside of 60, or right at 60. Yeah, 8 feet would keep it outside of 60. Up to you.
55 feet plus landscaping.
No, between the
Or we
50 and
give them this.
55 would be a row of something, but it's kind of open right now.
50
It
to
almost doesn't,
55 would be a row of
doesn't,
landscaping.
I don't really love that idea.
Oh
Now that I
dear,
said
now
it.
that you said it.
Now that I said it.
60 line.
I mean, it's a possibility. It's a-
I think, we're looking at
60,
expansion in the
avoid
50 to
these
100, so
Buffer area.
Right.
potentially still allowing expansion
No
in
comments, Mark?
term
I
of
do.
house,
Yep.
but
The
maybe moving the patio around a little bit.
the regulation
Um,
clearly does say that the intent here is to allow a 10-foot passageway. So, to his point, I think there's a lot of validity to that, and I think it's a very important issue here.
But it seeks to not allow new structures, so passageway is one
Want me
thing.
to just read it?
Yeah.
When citing a new building or an addition in the 50 or 100-foot buffer zone, the structure shall be set back at least 60 feet from the resource area to allow for passage between the building and the 50-foot buffer and to avoid intrusion of lawn into the 50-foot buffer. So we can build this patio without impacting that statement. In other words, we will not be going into the 50-foot buffer.
I mean, is patio considered structure?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't favor having no new structures in 0 to 60, so I think that's something you should consider. I don't think you've heard a lot of support for that here.
What do you want to do?
Or we could shrink it down just to get some out there. I'm gonna go to 8 feet.
Anything else that we want to talk about with this?
While we have you, I mean, if the commission, let's talk about what you consider mitigation, because even if they reduce the patio, move things around a little bit to make sure you meet that 60-foot setback, you're still gonna be over in terms of coverage in the 50 to 100 than you currently are now. So the commission, I've heard a little bit about, that strictly the removal of invasives and replanting natives, isn't necessarily all the mitigation. That's what I've heard from some people. Because invasives, even though, I mean, you pretty much have tree of heaven forest there, which is a monoculture, it's bad, but they do provide a couple of interests that the commission is interested in. So maybe I would just ask the commissioners or encourage you to consider not just the removal, I'm just trying to see if we can get something passed this time around. Not just the removal of invasives and replanting, but if there's another way that you can enhance areas would be beneficial. I mean, it is a really bad, I do see the benefit to getting rid of the tree of heaven on that site, but
Is that demitigation right now? Is there anything else?
I believe that that's the mitigation right now, is removal of the tree of heaven and replanting, right?
Well, I did not include any of the removal of the tree of heaven for mitigation that's within the house footprint or within 10 feet of it.
Oh,
So if I need to get a highlighter and highlight it so I can show you what it is,
Yeah, that's a substantial amount.
and we're
Oh, you
over by
mean-
500 square feet
yeah,
right now, and that's before we reduce the patio.
okay,
So I think we're well over on the mitigation.
all right. So you may not, actually, if you're not really over, you may not necessarily need,
So those are basically our mitigation areas,
yep.
and they're outlined in the planting plan that's in the middle of the plan there.
Mhm.
How do folks feel about the mitigation as described presently?
Yeah, the planting plan seems pretty good. On top of the removal, it's not like they're just removing it, they're also got a good planting plan.
Mhm.
We'd probably be asking for the fertilizer regulation to be placed on the property as well, which,
So I don't
Not a
really,
big deal.
I don't
Anyway.
fertilize.
Mhm.
I'm kind of against it on the ponds anyway.
See
Yep.
Cape Cod lawn there.
all right.
Like that. All right, Amy, so how should we handle this? Just have them revise the plan?
Yeah, what I'll do is, please revise, yeah, the next meeting is the 20th.
Is the only revision?
Do I have to
the-
come back to another meeting,
That's
or
what I
can
was just gonna
Well-
ask. Is the only revision the?
patio?
That's up to
Decrease.
you.
Okay, how can we do this?
Well, I think we would need to, why don't you reduce it?
Yep.
Show me, I'll look at the difference in the numbers in terms of your square footage calculations. And then, I mean, they'll see it as well in their Dropbox accounts, but maybe,
I can,
you may not need to come back, but I
Okay.
can't say, without knowing your numbers and
sure, yep.
everything right now, I
We'll continue
can't
to
say,
the 20th then.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will, what I'll try to do too is, if it looks like it's moving in a positive direction, I'll draft an order
Mhm.
ahead of
Okay.
time to move
That would
things
be
along.
good.
Terrific.
Okay,
Yeah, thank you very much.
all right.
So it'd be November 20th.
All right, I move we continue the notice of intent on 14 Sequoia Road until November 20th.
Second.
Seconded by Mark. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we have a notice of intent for 0 Sequoia Road site improvements and repairs.
Good evening, Dan Croto from Moran Engineering. Here for the owners of 81 Sequotum, who own the pondfront piece, 0 Sequotum. This is a continuance of course. The idea was this property got hit by those nor'easter storms in spring of 2018, 3 or 4 of them. Got badly damaged by that. Storms happen to, I think, as we all know, the owner's business. A bad round of storms. On top of that, we've had over the last 3 to 5 years, the ponds, we've had above average amount of rainwater during the non-growing season. So all the ponds are at extreme high level. On top of that, to have 3 or 4 big storms, I think, created a lot of erosion, especially on this side of the pond where the worst winds were coming from in the north. So if people still have the pictures, we can go back to those pictures, taking a look at the damage. The owner's looking to raise the shed, replace and raise the shed to get it above future stormwater. Clean up the beach, and put new supports for the deck while he's doing this work, so that he wouldn't have to go back in. Keeping the posts where they are, just putting new tubes down to solid soil. Pick up the water and electric lines that are now on the beach, put those to the stairs, attach those to the stairs coming down. There's also an eroded area right along Sequatum Road, because there's a low point on this, on the road here, so he's looking at adding 3 cubic yards of fill and planting that area. And just raising the, it's a unpaved road, but raising the berm along this area, keeping the water moving past the human-used area to the natural area with vines and leaves that can absorb the water, has proven not to erode at the road surface. So fixing. So and then right now there's an existing horizontal landscape tie wall that's being undermined in front of the deck area. And then there's some sort of PT pile structure around what the previous owner, I believe, had as a garden area that's completely falling over and eroding. We originally had come in with segmented block retaining walls. That was not looked at favorably. There was suggestions to go to loose stone wall. So we revised to loose stone wall. I took another look at the grading at the site, and we brought the wall in from the east side. We brought it in. We were able to can bring it in 7 feet and just slope and plant that grade, which would match the grade behind it easily enough for minimal grading. When you get to the stairs and certainly under the deck, we have a 1-to-1 slope. It's without the deck would be very challenging because you'd have to grade on the deck, but on the again, the west side of the stairs, it would take extensive grading back towards the bank to do it without some sort of hold on the toe of the bank. So we're looking at 2 foot to 2.5 foot stones to hold that toe of the bank. Because of the stones, of course, instead of the vertical block wall, the stones are taking up more surface area at say a 1-to-1 slope. Yeah, 2.5 feet tall would be 2.5 foot wide if you're looking straight down. I use that area to come up with the wall area increase. I subtracted just the 13 square feet of the horizontal wall that's in front of the deck, which was just 13 square feet. So I came up with an increased footprint of 62 square feet, tripled that, and we're certainly meeting that with this minimum planting area. I would imagine the planting area will extend a foot or two further towards the bank, just to stabilize the what completely has no plants. From the pictures you can see it's almost a moss down to a cleared area. But even just replacing the area that's cleared will be minimum 190. I would say it's going to be slightly above. Myself and the landscape to go over plants. I broke down the plants into 3 zones, 3 different environments. One is blocked by the lighting would be blocked by the deck, which is on the south side. It'd be a raised dry area, so that was planting area 3. Planting area 2 is would be the area on the west side of the stairs and dock, and between the road slope and the wall. That's the biggest area, and then there'll be a small area in front of the wall on the west side of the stairs, which is now just the eroded soil, topsoil that's fallen in from the vertical wall falling down. So there's a small area there that I felt should be planted in front of this new wall. So the landscape contractor, with suggestions from Amy, and I think certainly Amy could tell you if he met what she was hoping for. The owner and the landscape contractor are open for changes to the planting if requested. With that, I guess I'll end my speech.
Thank you. Sammy?
So just to quickly reiterate, the major change is that the proposed wall is not as long as what was originally proposed, and instead of a segmented block wall, which we had discussion about, they are proposing natural stacked stone. This I think will provide stability you're looking for, is also potentially could provide a little habitat in the long run too, in the natural crevices of the rock wall. So there was a little discussion about whether or not the pile wall, the vertical wall, was actually a structure. That was the whole crux of trying to decide how much mitigation was needed and whether that entire wall was needed. So they did reduce that. It's providing minimal structural support. It is holding the sediment, so you don't see some erosion. They're not carrying the stones out as far as they originally planned, or as the existing pilings actually even are right now. Currently, there's no real native plantings on the slope. It's just dirt and native clump grasses. They are proposing to add a total of 19 shrubs and 20 native flowering plants. So while it's not a complete replant of the slope, I don't think under our regulations they're required necessarily to do that. But I do think what they're proposing is going to result in a better environmental situation for the pond and the slope stability.
Thank you. Carolyn?
No questions?
No. Tim?
So to clarify, Amy, the on side, it appears to me the new wall is pondward of the old pilings by
Oh.
several feet.
Pondward, okay, I meant westward.
Okay. So the existing piling landscape structure that was actually up a ways on the bank, not at the toe of the bank.
It's upland as you get it's further away from the pond on the very west side, and then it's, as you stairs, it's closer than the existing wall, but as you can see from the picture, that's a completely eroded slope. So the idea was to
Oh, I see what you mean.
by bringing it down lower and matching it up with the existing wall is on the other side, that probably about 10 feet, where it's a foot or a couple feet closer, because you wouldn't need as tall of a wall, because it certainly is what's existing there certainly isn't stable. The wall up top, and then you'd have to try to contour in front of it, or just have the one continuous wall. So I think we're gaining in one spot, and or we're further away from the pond in one spot. We're a little bit closer in the other spot, but it certainly isn't closer than
This seems
on the other side.
awfully close to being shoreline protection action revetment. Is the-
Wouldn't need a chapter 91, it's not on public,
Yeah, not
property.
suggesting that, but it just essentially, you know, seems like with any storm action, it would be a revetment, essentially. And so I still do have a concern about it extending as a revetment, as a solid structure against the pond. I know there was a small section of that directly under the deck, but now we're more than doubling that, and I have a hard time being in favor of bulkheading off these ponds more than they already are. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Stan?
Nothing.
No? Mark?
Overall, we had a pretty lengthy discussion about this, and I think the concerns have been pretty well addressed. I would say I'm pretty satisfied with it as it is.
Thank you, Mark. Ernie?
Nope, no comments.
Okay. Any thoughts on Jim's comments? Any alternatives?
Except, the problem is, if we jog it back to that existing wall, is we end up with either a taller wall or a slope. It's not gonna be stable. We're either gonna end up with a taller wall or a slope in front of, putting the wall on a slope. I think having this one continuous line and then planting in front of that should alleviate the problems. This area is the furthest in, both sides, even the side to the left, which is, side to the west, left as I was looking at it, is heavily used and is not heavily eroded. It's just not as steep of an area. I don't see why it couldn't be, the wall on this side couldn't be planted in front and not a shoreline exposure. And I also think we're looking, in the pictures we're looking at was again, extreme high water and extreme storms. If you go back out there, right now, it's much further away, the water itself. So I don't think it's a case of the water's gonna be right up against it, and of course, it's Herring River, or Herring Creek flows out of this, so the pond can only get so high before it drains across. It's lowered by Herring Creek to Herring River, so I don't see where you'd have water right up against that wall. I see it always as you'd have an area where you could plant. And if we end up with the extreme conditions again, then you're briefly gonna have water against the plants in front of it, but I don't see it ever as you're pulling your boat right into a wall. It's, the pond can only get so high.
But
But as
if
for
you can
trying to-
successfully plant the toe of the bank, which I do believe you can, I don't see any issue with that, take some care, then that can effectively hold the slope with additional planting. If you can't effectively,
But certainly whatever they've been doing isn't holding the slope at all.
no, well, it's been trampled upon, the maple trees that were there were cut down, they fell down and were cut down, not allowed to grow back. That was what was providing most of the protection there, and so it's no longer there. It would need to be replanted to regain its protection.
I think just holding the toe and then planting it would certainly create that. And maybe in the long run, the plants come over this toe, and it is planted. If we have plants in front and plants on top, and we're only dealing with a 2 to 2.5 foot stone wall, then maybe it does all naturalize.
Dan, the pile just to the west of the stairway looks like a lot of grass and debris that's right there. My best guess is 50% of that's gonna be gone by the time that stone is put in.
Yes. That's the area that I think that we're going back and forth on whether there needs to be a wall right there.
that slope is gonna be, it's gonna ensure the stability of the whole thing. If there was additional planting at the toe, that's fine, but I think the stone would be a big asset.
He definitely fixes the problem, and fixes the erosion problem.
Yeah, but structurally, I agree 100%. I mean, a rock revetment works very well in a pond. It's will certainly solve any erosion problem. Not in favor of increased revetments on Long Pond, and I 100% believe you can deal with that with planting. It takes some care and some time and effort, but it can be done, and it would actually happen naturally by simply leaving it alone. There'd be some erosion, and then the plants would come in, and as long as you don't keep trampling it, it will recover. It also would have recovered if the maple trees weren't removed after they were damaged. That's part of, nature's way of protecting that as they fall.
The maple tree that's half in the water, that one?
There were at least two right down below there. I think I don't know whether they fell or not when we got there. There had simply been flush cut and they were trying to grow back, but I don't even know if they're still there. But you know how when a maple tree falls over, it just grows right back. Those were removed, and so that shoreline lost its protection.
So are you in favor of having plantings in front of the extended stone wall, or just plantings only?
Plantings only, or removing whatever, or moving landward, whatever protection that is, far enough so that there's a legitimate bottom of the bank. This just seems to be a rock revetment and planting 5 pepper bush shrubs in front of it.
Well, I think you're gonna have that, Jim, by the time that stone comes across and comes under the stairway. I think ultimately you're gonna achieve exactly what you're describing.
What's that?
When the stone comes under the stairway and comes across through that area that looks like a pile right now, I think the stone is gonna stabilize the upper part of that bank, and I think you do have adequate space at the bottom once that little bit of debris right there is removed and that old stump is taken out of there that's just sitting there on the beach. If there was a...
So that's not what's shown in the plans in the section, though. It's essentially just a revetment with the...
Well, no, not really. I mean, if you read between the lines a little bit and look at the picture compared to what's there,
The profile was of the going through the middle of the deck, that section AA. It's showing one of these where that line is, but it wasn't, I didn't show a section on that west side, Jim.
Right.
But certainly, in front of the deck, it is beach right up to the wall.
Right.
And then on the other side, there is loam and there was plants, or there was grass and moss. And then as you get further to the west, there is established grass and moss, which is stable.
That's my comment.
Yeah. Can you push the wall back a little bit to give a little more space, as Jim is looking for additional plantings?
Yes, if it could hit the stairs and jog back 3 feet or so, and tie into,
so that would bring the wall just about where the posts are in the picture, right?
yeah, well, they're actually in this, they're roadside as you go more west, as you go up at the full 15 feet. The very end of that rock wall is just turned and gonna disappear. The idea would be to disappear into the bank. But it certainly, if we did step it back, say 3 feet, and created the planting in front of that, and then to keep the wall still at that 2.5 feet, just cut the slope, which would work because it's fairly flat behind those vertical piles. So I think that would certainly still going up that 2.5 feet, we could cut the back slope. And in front, we still wouldn't be putting our stones on slope, so so that would still be stable. So I could see, it is doable to cut behind it, jog back, something like that, therefore giving 3 feet more of planting in front. I see that as a perfectly legitimate way to go, too.
Okay.
How durable is that planting gonna be, though, with spring storms and all that sort of thing?
We'll have to see, but if we, I don't know if I have a picture of, there's a little bit of a picture on the fourth picture in the series showing more to the west, and it's stable. It's just grass, and it sticks further out into the
You
water.
say this, Brad, you've mentioned in the past that this side of the pond really gets hit hard when,
Northern winds in the winter, yeah.
yeah.
It's important to note that has nothing to do with it's because of the impacts of people trampling on it and all the staircase structures and the lack of vegetation. Anywhere along that shoreline that has managed to escape that, there's no erosion. I mean, these ponds.
Understood, but we're disturbing it anyhow by putting the wall in. I just think anything in front of that wall is just gonna bear the brunt of that wave action and
I
just get
kind of
washed away in a season or so.
Agree. If you simply left it alone, it will absolutely grow back and become
Sure.
stable, and
Yeah.
eventually even grow into the pond as a vegetated wetland.
Which is not reasonable, because it's used.
Yeah, it's a used area.
At the fence,
It
yeah.
wasn't so, I mean, the impact wasn't so bad that there's a pretty feeble-looking shed there that still stood up.
Yeah, true.
So we're not dealing with ocean waves here.
No, it's not an area that naturally erodes. It's actually naturally getting a little, pushing into the pond a little bit.
Yeah, I just think that putting the wall in would be adequate. Personally, I think anything more than that on the pond side would just be, wasted money. It's gonna
Absolutely,
disappear.
structurally, no argument. I mean, a revetment on a pond works for
It
erosion.
also stops people in that area, it's blocking, for that 15 feet, there's no one going up and down that bank. Then you have the evenly sloped area further to the west. There's not gonna be trampled with a 2.5-foot drop. So, I think certainly the idea of bringing it back and planting more in front, I'm sure the landscape contractor and the owner are fine with.
Okay, Amy, any thoughts on that concept of putting a few plants in front?
In particular, potentially if you could cover the rock with some sediment too. That might help once, because you put plants in front of the rock, I mean, just the winter storms are going to deplete that of sediment, that area. So I think over time you will see that those plants don't make it. So maybe putting a little bit of, if you were to put sand on the rock or something, it'll eventually take that down and nourish the little beach area. I don't want to throw another chink in the chain, but did we discuss and rule out in this area if there's if you're going to be excavating to put in potentially, and if the commission's not necessarily all in favor of that, did we discuss envelopes, core envelopes, or fiber rolls? Because you're well above the high water line of the pond at that point. It might give you maybe some of the stability you're looking for, plant in it, and it's not hard. But I don't know if we discussed that. I don't even know if we want to consider that at this point.
I think that it's the fear or the concern with the pond constantly banging this area, I think is, may not be true, it may not happen again for a long, long time. Who knows what cycle we're in, but we're trying to repair this as an extreme situation. There was
Right.
there was this strange vertical pile structure which was holding them back. That completely failed. I don't think the owner wants to get into a fiber roll. I mean,
I just wanted to bring it up.
I think that the stones will look good. I think certainly compared to the neighbor. The fiber rolls, if they're done perfect, they can look good. Certainly a lot of not so aesthetically pleasing fiber roll structures out there in the world.
Amy, do you think we can entertain a motion without seeing a change of plans for pushing the wall back and adding some plantings? Or should we ask to have the
I
plans?
think we need to direct them, I mean, where do you want it pushed back to? Is it the limit of, where do you want him to push it back to? So,
I generally feel that what Jim's saying is correct, but at this site, what it's proposed is still quite an improvement over what's there. So I guess I favor just pushing it back some and then seeing to put some sediment and plantings there and see what happens.
I mean, we don't have to close the hearing tonight. You're gonna see it, if you vote on it, you'll see it, the rendition, the new plan before the orders of conditions. But, yeah, I mean, if you direct him what you want, and if that's amenable to his client, you can vote on it tonight if you see fit.
Yeah,
This has been on for a long time.
right, that's what I'm thinking. We're forgetting what we talked about in the first hearing,
Right.
It's been going on for a long time.
I think with the bringing it back 3 feet, it'll nearly match where the vertical piles are at the steps, and it'll bring it in quite a bit from what's existing on the west side. So I think that will be,
And although it's marginal, it's still habitat that doesn't exist now.
Rock habitat.
Well, by pushing it back, there'll be a little more shore habitat there that isn't there now.
Some more plantings.
Yeah, it's hard to remember what was there and even before this happened. So there was no, it's basically just a slope. Those pilings aren't really pilings. They're just like 3 foot. There's something to be stuck in the ground a little bit to create a little planting area on the slope. So the slope is more than less natural, and there were actually maple trees and sweet pepper bush and whatnot along the shoreline. It wasn't really a beach either. It was somewhat used, and so all that was kind of taken away during this process with chainsaws to a large extent. And now we're saying that we have to do a rock wall there.
Right.
But I don't know when when was that done?
It appeared fairly recent, the flush cut maples.
the ones that were looking at the stumps? You mean the ones on the water? I think that those got extremely inundated with water. The roots were weak, isn't it? Then the wind blew them over. Isn't that probably what happened?
Yeah, so
It's amazing they didn't take out the whole deck when they went
Yeah.
down.
When that naturally happens, as I'm sure you're familiar with, they simply lay over and they grow back up, and your bank is protected. So we're really looking at
But not in an area that's used by the family, you know?
not if you cut them up and remove them and create something different.
I think on top of that, there certainly was a slate patio that we're looking at all the stones all over the place that will not, from the previous owners, that this is gonna be picked up and not replaced, So I think there was some sort of a hardscape there that will not be replaced.
Well, I'd like to propose that we move on this tonight, because we have seen it, it's our third hearing.
More than that.
And so I think that we should
Fifth?
move on this, and if Amy, if it does advance successfully, I think you could work with Dan on plantings before the wall.
Yeah, I still don't know if the commission, I mean, I hear two kind of distinct sides to this.
Right.
I don't wanna say you don't have to come back to a meeting.
Yeah.
I don't know how we.
Okay, well, then let's ask, we'll continue, if it's okay with you, and have you come back with that revised plan. Moving the wall back 3 feet and adding some plantings on the lake side. Is Is that reasonable?
If you feel comfortable voting on that tonight, then that's fine, without coming back with a plan.
I just hate to continue every hearing we have tonight, you know.
I guess I was thinking that you weren't, for some reason I was thinking you weren't gonna vote, so if you're gonna
Vote as to,
on that, that's,
for the proposal with the wall on the west side being brought back 3 feet with Amy approving the plan, that would certainly be,
I would agree
vote
with that.
open
I
to
think that's
us.
a sensible alternative.
okay.
Okay, does anyone strongly object to not having that revised in the plans before you? Because we can ask them to come back, otherwise I would like to move on this tonight, and hearing no objection, would someone like to make a motion?
I would move to accept the project with the revision worked out with engineer and Amy to make the correction on that slope. Oh, yeah. At 0 Sequatum Road.
I second it.
Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? One opposed? Okay, motion carries.
thank you.
Thank you.
Amy, I will make a meeting to meet with you next week.
Good.
Okay, next up, we have a notice of intent for 11 Braddock Street, proposal to demolish an existing family dwelling and reconstruction of a new single-family dwelling, pool, septic system, utilities, hardscape, and landscaping.
Hi, good evening. Stephanie Sequin with Roder and Wilcox. I'm representing Monteros, who are the owners of 11 Braddock Street. With me is Kimberly Mercurio, the landscape architect, and Adam Titrington, the architect on the project. Hopefully you received, we submitted a revised landscaping plan, which I emailed to the Conservation Department today. I apologize for the late submittal. So do you, Kimberly has hard copies of that revised plan. Do you want them, or do you all look at?
I'd like one.
Yeah, I'd like one.
So
I'd
should
like one too.
we eliminate this?
You'll be able to read these.
Thank you. Didn't get this from anybody else, I forgot to ask. Yeah, actually, you're right.
So this property, 11 Braddock Street, it's a 1 acre, approximately, piece of property. A very long, narrow lot. A good part of it is coastal dune that abuts beach and Nantucket Sound. The toe of the dune was flagged by LEC Environmental, what they flagged is just the landward toe of, there's a pretty well-defined mound there, just to the south of the existing building. So we located the toe of the dune flags, did our existing condition survey. There's an existing 4-bedroom, 2-story home with deck, built in 1984. There is the property lies partially within land subject to coastal storm flowage. Just to the south of the toe of the dune is the boundary between where the velocity zone is, adjacent to the to Nantucket Sound. Then to the north of that boundary, it's an A zone. Building is just outside of the 11-foot contour, so it's just above the 100-year flood zone. There is a Title V system that was installed when the house was built. We're showing that on the existing site plan. It's a 1,000-gallon septic tank and a leaching area, partially within the 100-foot buffer to the coastal dune. That system was inspected just prior to the purchase, so I would say it was probably inspected in 2018, and it passed the inspection, and it is adequate for the existing 4-bedroom house. There's also, we located all the hardscaping. There's an existing gravel drive, stepping stones and decks and walkways and whatnot. So those are all shown on the existing site plan. What's being proposed here, the Monteros bought the property at the beginning of this year and have been working with Adam and Kimberly to come up with a plan for a new house. They want to just tear down the existing and start from scratch. So what's being proposed on the right side of the plan is another 4-bedroom house, 2-story with attached deck. We've positioned the new building slightly seaward of the existing building. Would you mind just holding up? Oh, I can actually. So I've highlighted on this blown up plan, in the yellow highlight is the footprint of the existing building deck, and the proposed building is, like I said, positioned seaward of the existing building, as is the proposed deck. So even though the existing building is well within the 50-foot buffer to the coastal bank, we are trying to improve the setback to the proposed building and hardscaping. As part of the project, the existing septic system will be upgraded with a new Title V system that complies with the current Title V 1995 code. It will have a slightly larger septic tank and a new leaching field that is positioned entirely outside of the 100-foot buffer zone to the coastal dune. So there's a little bit of an improvement there in both the horizontal of the leaching system and the vertical separation to groundwater. The existing system was designed to just be 4 feet above the groundwater, whereas now under current regulations, this new system will be the required 5 feet above the groundwater elevation. I provided a breakdown of the existing coverage within the 0 to 50-foot buffer and the 50 to 100-foot buffer, and compared it to what's being proposed with a new building. Just to summarize those figures, the proposed project will result in an increase in coverage within the 0 to 50-foot buffer of 52 square feet, and in the 50 to 100-foot buffer, there will be a 1,743 square foot increase. So using those numbers and providing 3-to-1 mitigation for the increase in the 0 to 50 and 2-to-1 mitigation for the increase in 50 to 100, we've come up with a required mitigation requirement of 3,642 square feet. And Kimberly has provided a landscape plan, and that's what the revised plan has added mitigation area so that the original plan didn't quite have enough. So that's why the revisions were made today. She's prepared the plan that shows 3,686 square feet, so we're just over the 3,642 that's required. That is, I think, it as far as, the details of the project. Unless you have any specific questions now from me, I think I'll turn it over to Kimberly, and she can go into the mitigation plan and what's being proposed.
So for planting, I think it's pretty self-explanatory where the planting will occur. Primarily proposing that 99% of these plants are woody plants, either trees or woody shrubs. There is an area that is just west of the west property line that includes the removal of invasive plants. There are a few native plants and trees in there, but most of it is a stranglehold of bittersweet and trumpet vine. So we are proposing to remove those manually, and in its place put in Ilex verticillata, winterberry, bayberry, some inkberry, and viburnum. And all of that would be removed manually, as I said. There is a little bit of privet on the eastern kind of property line. I haven't indicated, actually, I propose to remove that as well, although it's a little unclear if it's considered invasive, so I didn't include that in the labels.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I guess Adam just wanted to give a little background on how we came to the building footprint and location, and a little information about the actual design of the building.
As Stephanie mentioned, it's a tricky site, given the constraints, both of trying to respect the distance from the coastal dune and also to stay out of the flood zone. So that really dictated where the building was located on the site. Looking at the 11-foot contour, we have the flood zone all the north part of the lot. So we pushed the building, the new house as far north as we could, away from the coastal dunes, and tried to make the house as wide as possible, going east to west from side setback to side setback. And that allowed us to move the house away from the coastal dunes, several feet from where the existing is. The other thing we did with the design of the house was stacked as much of the program as possible. So each of the 2 bars or 2 wings of the house is 2-story, so we could keep the footprint down as much as possible. And the way that plays out on the massing of the house and on the elevations, it gives us 2 south-facing roof surfaces, and we're really trying to take maximum advantage of that. The owners have a goal to make the house net zero, so they produce as much energy as they use over the course of the year. So both of these faces of the roof would have full photovoltaic panels at the south. That's just a little bit of background on the
Thank you.
design of the house. One other goal for the project has been with the material use. They are trying to be as close to carbon neutral as they can with the materials. So this is a challenge the owner has taken on voluntarily, but what it means is avoiding the use of all petroleum-based foam products. So that's just, I think, another thing to mention. They're trying to be aware of how they're sourcing materials and the impact of the structure that way. And that does have a small increase on the footprint size as well, because we do need thicker walls to get the insulation value using these alternative products.
Thank you for that. Any comments, Amy? Summary comments?
Sure. I fully appreciate that the owners want to create a green, if you will, house as much as possible. But a couple comments I do have, and I've spoken with, I think, all of you at one point or another during this project. And the commission, 50-foot no disturb zone. So really, I mean, increase in the 0 to 50 is highly discouraged. You do have a little bit of increase in that. We do have the variance provision that says if you provide mitigation, the commission may, not necessarily shall, but may grant if you're improving the interests of the resource area, which in this case is coastal dune. So there's a couple of concerns that I do have. You are pulling back a little bit away from the coastal dune, a foot or two or so, which, I mean, you're only 2 or 3 feet away from it-ish to begin with, so you're really kind of right on that dune line. And right now, the current house has a deck on that side, which with lattice underneath it, so if necessary or over time, currently that dune could migrate a little bit, at least it could flow a little bit more. I'd be interested in seeing, because that's the performance standard you have to abide by, is how this structure is or is not going to impact the performance standards of a coastal dune, which can't alter the landward or lateral movement of the dune, change the vegetative cover, etc. So I was a little maybe concerned that some of the infinity pool, the benches that go down, basically a wall around, it appears to me, and I might be wrong, but a wall around that structure could act as a barrier to the movement of the dune, seeing as how it really is so very close to the landward toe of the dune. So I'd like to hear a little bit more about that. Overall, you have a really a net increase in the 50 to 100 as well. And we talked on the phone, and I said, well, you shouldn't base all of your mitigation on removal of invasives and replanting of natives, which you haven't, but it is a proportion of that. The removal of the existing driveway and conversion to native plants is a no-brainer to me as mitigation. However, maybe I wasn't too clear. Plantings that are more foundation plantings or edge of driveway plantings, the whole point of mitigation is to improve the interests of the resource area. So maybe the plantings that are going along your driveway, which you're counting towards as mitigation, they don't quite fit our definition, or I'll let the commission decide definition of mitigation. Even though it is an improvement probably over the lawn that you have now, it doesn't improve the coastal dune. I would be interested, I know that the floodplain is constraining to you, but about a foot different. If you were to move, if we could chat about potentially, one option is to move back. And I'd like to hear why a floodplain, and from the commission too, whether they view the floodplain whether you could move back, give the dune a little bit more room to move. Maybe add a little bit of fill. I think you only have about a foot of difference, and maybe you do put the house in a flood zone. But we can talk about that. It depends on what the commission views as more kind of important. What resource area is more important, the coastal dune or land subject to coastal storm flowage, if you will. I think I'll stop there.
Thanks, Amy. Carolyn, do you want to start?
Looking at this plan, you've got a lot of stuff in the 0 to 50. And if you were listening to our previous discussions, we're trying to keep that sacred, and this, in my mind, is just too much.
Jim?
Well, as to Amy's point, that's what I came up with too. If there's any way to move the whole operation landward and create mitigation between the new structure and the existing coastal dune, to me, that's very valuable mitigation to allow that dune to grow and that habitat to grow. That's truly mitigation. I can't easily see any realistic impacts of that slight elevation change there. I'm not sure if there's any regulatory impacts that I'm not aware of, but I wouldn't think there'd be any real impacts, and maybe the grading could be changed a little bit, but that would be an opportunity to really help the coastal dune and make the project a benefit to that resource.
Thanks, Jim. Stan?
Amy, in your comments, you're using different footage differences than what,
I noticed that, and
they're significantly different.
I
mean,
noticed that too, and
Yes.
has this footages significantly changed since the first, what you've provided just now versus what you provided to begin with? Because my numbers, and maybe I calculated them wrong, my numbers are significantly different.
The proposed hardscaping has been reduced with this new
Okay.
plan.
Okay. So it could be that. Originally,
allowing
I
the
had an
mitigation to
increase.
increase.
Okay, so I had an increase initially in the 0 to 50 of hardscape of 444.
Right. and-
So you've gone down to 2, which is good. No, I had an increase of 693.
Right, and they're saying 52.
Like I said, it could be. Could have pulled it. Numbers, I mean, I definitely got them from somewhere.
But the 50 to 100, they're over 1,700.
Right. So I would say let's just go based on what they gave us here tonight. And I'll go back and I'll look at
Okay.
where I maybe got messed up. But let's go by this
Okay.
tonight and we'll double check things.
Is
Okay?
there a chance, Stephanie, that you're doing your calculations just based on the structure of the home and not including things like the pool equipment pads and outdoor showers?
No,
and
she
things?
has.
Yeah,
that.
we've got individual stones and,
Are those part of your hardscape structure,
Yeah.
calculation?
yeah.
I have
The
So
some of that for you.
we've got, everything that's not vegetation, we've taken into account on
Yeah.
both the existing and proposed. So yes, it includes the mechanical equipment,
Just looking at the
Pervious
footprint
wall.
of the old structure overlaid on the new one, I mean, you've got probably a couple hundred square feet just in pathways that didn't exist on the previous one.
Ernie, it is in your Dropbox, but I have an extra copy here if you want to see it, of this out.
That would be helpful.
Okay?
Stan, any further comments? Send that down to Ernie.
I guess I was thinking too, some of that equipment off to the side there, why couldn't that be moved out of the 50? Again, we're so close with the 52, if that's a 52-foot
Right.
number, it's not.
Or that wall.
significant. And the other question is, and I don't see the wall, but there was a,
Yeah, the wall is shown behind the pool equipment, and it extends to the bocce court.
oh, okay, it's behind it, okay. Because I
So
saw
part
the
of that's
stakes
in
for
the
the
50,
wall
yeah.
today, but I just didn't see it in there.
Oh, that,
What's the, if I can ask, what's the purpose of the wall?
Wall is to keep, at this end of the property, there's kind of a dip in here.
Right.
The idea is to keep this as level as possible, at the same time preserving the plantings on the opposite side of the wall. So if we graded, up to the property line, we would lose any
Right.
plants that we already have. So the wall is never more than 30 inches. In fact, some areas it's only, it's not like a really tall wall, but it is a wall, so.
I'm just curious.
so you're planning on grading back here in this
Yeah.
area? How much?
It's not a lot. I think it drops at one point about 2 feet back in here. And most of the grading, a lot of it is back in this corner, which is beyond that 100-foot too.
So
But
is
this
that
is
enough
like-
grading for you to be able to move the whole house back and be out of a flood zone?
Yeah, one issue with moving the house back, and which puts it in the flood zone, there are a couple factors there. It does drive the cost of the project up. Of course, there's additional risk moving a house. Typically, we try to keep houses outside of floodplains as much as possible, just for longevity of the house. And then the other thing, if we move the house back, that would disallow us from having a basement. And currently, we do have the mechanicals in the basement, storage, some other spaces, which then move up to the first floor, which would expand the footprint. So it is helping to have the basement to keep the footprint down as much as possible, and keep the coverage to a minimum.
But, okay, other than with this footage change, I guess my only real concern is being near the dune, but. I think just going back to our earlier discussion, I have nothing against this plan. I'm just concerned with where it is and long-term effect, what's gonna happen. We could be talking a couple of years from now, well, we're getting erosion or damage and everything.
We've got a lot going on here. I don't have any remarks at the moment.
Okay. Ernie?
Yeah, I just did some quick calculation. I still think you need to take a close look at the differences. I can't believe it's only 52 feet. And the driveway, again, it's stone driveway currently, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's pervious, it's not a structure as such, to the extent that, it's not pavers and that sort of a thing. So I just sort of weigh the impacts here. That the majority of the difference is the difference in the driveway that you're going to be replacing with native plants, and I just struggle with that. And I too feel that the proposal that puts what I would consider hard structures as opposed to a wooden deck, things like the pool and the overflow basin and that sort of a thing that you've got on the plan here, so close to the dune, is problematic in my mind. They're just permanent, and the dune can't move those at all, as opposed to moving underneath the deck that's there now as an example. It just seems to me that the opportunity is there. You have the land, you have the space to move it back. I balance the priorities of a floodplain versus the dunes, and I think that our precious resource is the dunes, not the floodplain. It just puts an extra burden on construction costs and all that sort of thing to move it farther back into the floodplain, but at the same time, if it preserves the dune going forward, then I think that's a good exchange. I think it's a good trade from a resource perspective. So as this would stand right now, I don't think it would pass muster from my perspective any.
Thanks, Ernie. And I'd just like to add, I think I agree with the comments and Amy's summary comments that it is an opportunity. You don't have a lot of space to pull back, it seems, but you could probably gain even 5 feet beyond what's proposed by modifying maybe the pool and just having really good mitigation to help us support the really large amount of expansion in the 50 to 100, which is, it's a large request. I don't think the invasive plant removal really fits into our, view, or some of our views. So that's what I think is before you. I'm going to ask if there's any comments from the audience. Seeing none. Any responses or thoughts to some of these comments?
Well, I guess just response to, couldn't it go any further back? This was our reasoning was keep the new building out of the flood zone, and try to compact the footprint of the new building as much as possible to fit between the zone and improving the setback to the coastal dune. We can look into, I guess, starting with the building commissioner, just to verify with him, allowable construction within the flood zone, whether fill will be allowed, if we get into having to file a letter of map amendment or something, provided that is, so it sounds like it's acceptable to the commissioners to put fill in the flood, to allow the new building to be located within it. It will probably just be the garage portion of it that's in the flood zone. There is a limit to, beyond that, how far back we could take this whole thing, based on where the new septic system is. I have limited area for that new leaching field, and so the new building needs to be a certain distance from there, but we may be able to pick up 5 feet, 5 or 6 feet or something like that. There was, Mr. Crabtree mentioned the existing gravel driveway, and I wasn't sure what, almost as though that doesn't count for,
No, it
I didn't quite understand
counts,
where
but-
you were.
But I just, my concern is that you've used that to offset your existing structure, square footage versus the proposed, and within the 50, to the tune of 682 square feet, essentially. And I'm not sure I would see that as the same as moving a structure out of the 50, 0 to 50.
We do have the current structure in the 0 to 50 is 1310, and it's down to 1258.
Right.
Oh, understood, yeah, that's 50 feet or so,
Right, so.
Right.
yeah, but.
So we're not trying to say the additional building is offset by the removal of pervious driveway.
No, you're-
The new building in the 0 to 50 is offset by the reduction in the existing building in the 0 to 50.
Oh, I see. See, from my perspective, when I look at your calculations here, you have a total of 52 square feet over the existing structures within the 0 to 50
Right.
for the new proposed structure. And of that, 682 square feet is a driveway that's pervious. And I don't equate that to being the same as moving a house out of the 0 to 50.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I don't know.
You still have a
I don't see
physical-
682 anywhere, but
Well, I took this
maybe
12
we can rearrange some of these numbers and compare existing building in the 0 to 50 versus proposed building in the 0 to 50.
Well, that's 50, that's easy, I think, but I guess I'm looking for hard structures versus, a driveway is not, I don't consider it really a hard structure. Now granted, we would if someone wanted to put a driveway into a 0 to 50 that's not already there, but it's already in the 0 to 50, and you're just proposing to put plants on it, and it's already absorbing nutrients and all that sort of a thing, is that a big impact? It's an impact, there's no question about it. Is it a big impact to the extent that you'd be moving your, I don't know, your house out of that 0 to, no, it's not, in my mind anyhow.
Right, and so I understand a 200 square foot building in the 0 to 50 has more impact than a 200 square foot pervious driveway in the
Yes.
0 to 50. Yes, no disagreement there.
And the difference between the existing and the proposed in the 0 to 50 for your driveway and parking is 682 square feet.
Okay. Okay.
So add all that together and it's a significant difference in my mind.
Right, And some of the increased figures in both the 0 to 50 and 50 to 100 is pervious, proposed pervious hardscaping. All these walkways, the patios are all dry laid stone hardscaping, so that will be pervious. We're basically taking, like I said, everything that's not vegetated and putting it in here.
Yeah. I mean, you have
Not
things-
differentiating between pervious or impervious.
And I guess that, as we get deeper into the discussion about this, then that will become clearer to me. You know, when you say dry laid pavers, if there's a half-inch gap between them, you know, it's like an impervious structure to me. You don't have much absorption underneath all of those pavers because it can't be. I don't know what a 6x10 bin is, if that's a pervious structure or like a dumpster. You know, pool equipment pads certainly are not pervious.
Right.
That sort of thing is what I'm concerned
Okay.
about.
Amy, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I think just quickly looking at the landscape plan, there are areas that you could quickly change that probably wouldn't have a big impact to the project, but would change your square footages. I mean, these dry laid pavers that go out basically to the edge of the dune, if your walkway, if your major access to the beach is gonna be off your steps in the middle of, that goes to the dune field, what's the purpose really of those? Are they a necessity if they're dry laid pavers? It's, why do they go out to, where do they go, essentially? Those potentially could be lost. I don't know what the purpose of them was. Really, we only like to the beach, so those would. Maybe slight shrinking of the deck area with the pool. As Randy was saying, these pool equipment things, and the wall and whatnot, those are additional hardscape in the 0 to 50 that maybe could be reduced or eliminated without really impacting your square footage of your house. Just some ideas. Okay.
Okay, I don't have any other questions. What are coming hearing?
The 20th.
Of
And,
November?
yep, and I would like things like the Thursday prior, so basically a week from tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's pushing it.
All right, that's fine, because November 20th is looking stacked,
Okay.
as it is. So then we would be looking at first Wednesday in December is, let me pull up my calendar, December 4th.
Okay, does that, and you need the week before?
The Thursday before would be really helpful, so I can get it to them and review it too.
Okay, so.
So the Thursday
continue it to
before,
December 4th?
oh, that Thursday before is Thanksgiving, so it would,
Yeah, I think that would be fine.
the Thursday before is Thanksgiving, so it would be the Wednesday, it'd be the 27th
Okay,
of November. Because otherwise, we wouldn't get it till Monday, and there wouldn't be enough time, sorry.
okay.
At least
Well,
I can, if I get it Wednesday, I can put it in their online Dropbox, and they can review it over that weekend.
Okay. Yay.
You can, I don't know if I.
All right, so if we.
December
if-
4th.
Can we request that it be continued to December 4th then?
Sure, sure. I'd like just to emphasize that you heard a lot of concerns about what's happening in the 0 to 50, and we have been fairly consistent about this. You know, we could permit the footprint as it is presently, and you could rebuild that. But any expansions, which we have from 0 to 50, we're looking at very carefully. So I'd consider coming back with some changes to that footprint. Do we have a motion to continue?
Make a motion to continue the notice for 11 Braddock Street.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
I recommend that we move to the discussion items.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, we have a lot of folks here.
We do.
What are folks here for the most part?
Everything.
Everything? Just-
So maybe we just go in order
Okay, so just skip,
for the, let's move to the discussion items, and go in order.
do we have folks here from 23?
We do.
33 Snow Inn Road? Okay. Are you folks here for the bog issue? Okay.
And then we also have somebody here for number 2, which is the Borden family.
Okay.
Okay, and request for certificate. Maybe if that's gonna be very quick, the request for certificate of compliance, hopefully, can we take them real quick so we can get them out of here?
Sure.
So, which request do you have? McDermott's request, okay. Yeah, there's about 4 of them, but yes. Do you mind, everybody, if we take them?
No, that's
quick?
fine.
Well, thank you for advancing us on your agenda tonight. Appreciate it. Marion Hobbs, I represent Patrick and Carmel McDermott, owners of 4 Salt River Lane. We are here tonight to do some legal house cleaning. There are 4 outstanding orders of condition. 3 of them, well, they were issued in 1983, 86, 1990, and 1993. The first 3 were issued to the McDermott's predecessors entitled Gary and Cleo Hall. So they're all old. The most recent is 26 years old. We would just ask that you approve our request for certificates of compliance tonight. I don't know how much more
No, that's-
want me to say.
That's fantastic. We're going to ask Amy for her summary, and that should help us out a little bit, too.
Okay, so. Comment on 32-523, the dock was approved in 1986. We didn't ask for an as-built. It doesn't meet what is today's standards, but today's standards have, this is Nikki's review, have changed quite a bit since the 1980s. She's recommending an approval, and this basically, if you grant a certificate of compliance for that dock, any changes to that dock would have to automatically come back to the Conservation Commission and conform to new standards, so you don't have to worry about that. Several where the work was never started, and I went with her to this one, actually. The deck extends the whole way across the back of the house as opposed to halfway. But it's a narrow deck. I think it would have been something, this was done back in it's not a new change. It was when the house was built, which was in, this was in 1992, before our 50-foot no disturb zone. So I think we would have approved those changes, the differences at that time, and they certainly got done when the house was built, not after. So I'd recommend certs for all of them, and just let them start with a clean slate.
Okay. Anybody have any comments? Still not thrilled to see something vary from the plans like that, but it was a long time ago. Okay. Well, I think I'll make a motion to approve all 4 certificates of compliance for 4 Salt River Lane.
Second.
Seconded by Jim. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries.
Terrific. Thank you for
Thank you.
We will have these ready within a couple of days. Do you want just to pop them in the mail, or do you want to come get them?
We're happy to pick them up.
Okay, we have your contact information. You're the ones who requested the certificate?
Yes, I thought.
Okay.
So you do have my
Okay,
information.
great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me send you to sign before I forget, okay?
Okay.
One.
It's going to be a few minutes before we get to the bog management. Are you guys okay with that? Okay.
Ernie, will you hold these 4 for me? Make sure there's at least 4 signatures on them. I don't think there's any quick ones after this,
I'm afraid.
but, so I just go in order of discussion items. Snow Inn is first.
Okay, well, let's have a discussion item on the emergency certification request for 23 and 33 Snow Inn Road. request to enhance failing shoreline protection and shore up existing boathouse.
Is that new?
John
Oh,
Monroe
yeah,
from
the new stuff.
Coastal and Cole Bateman, structural engineer from Coastal. We did submit a report to Amy, but we have a few revisions, and Cole made a couple of changes on the.
More so typos, yeah.
Yeah, so.
I'll take one. Oh, okay. If it's minor changes, we can discuss them. That's fine. I'm gonna keep this one for the record, but we can discuss.
Part of this to be modified.
They'll go over if there's any substantive modifications.
Amy, were there 4 of those to sign?
There's 4 orders,
Oh, I got one more.
or 4 certs, yes. He said there's nothing substantive, so we can go over it.
Maybe the report then?
Here it is. So I think so we had an on-site meeting with Amy, your conservation agent, and the building inspector. And there are 2 elements, actually 3 elements, that we're looking for an emergency repair to. The first one is the bulkhead in front of the Van Helfrich house. There's a vinyl sheet pile bulkhead. It was installed back in the
Early 2000s, 2004?
2004, and at the time, that vinyl sheet pile wall had a substantially greater amount of material in front of it than what's there today. So the design that was done for that vinyl bulkhead was based on the conditions at the time. The conditions now have changed, and there's a significant bow. It may not be visible to a person that's not a trained structural engineer, but the bow in the vinyl, you can see in relation to the piles that are the soldier piles in front, that bow is an indication that there's that came up with the design that's included. That's the first element. Second element is the boathouse that's adjacent to the Van Helfrich's bulkhead. That foundation is significantly compromised. The boathouse is the foundation is in dire need of repair, or this winter we'll most likely see the boathouse in Weechmere Harbor. The long building that's the Weechmere Harbor Club's building that's next to that, there's photographs that show in the corner closest to the boathouse, the foundation is undermined, and then along the face of that whole long stretch of piles that hold up that particular building, there's a rock revetment that's underneath that, and because of the dredging that's been done in the town's channel, that riprap that is supposed to be holding the soil and the material up has been sliding over time. So that particular building closest to the boathouse is in need of a structural change as well. So having said all those 3 items, the first plan that might help you understand the bulkhead portion of the project, that's this plan right here. We tried to take off all the extraneous data that we didn't really need. There is an existing dock, there's an existing float. We've shown the buildings that are upland. There's the existing deck that's at Van Helfrich's. The bulkhead that's there now is just landward of the dark line, which is the dashed line. That's the existing vinyl sheet pile bulkhead. The photographs that show that in your packet show that this is what is like an 8-foot reveal, no, greater than 12-foot.
The new design calls for a 12-foot reveal. The existing one, at the time of the original design, it was about a 6.5-foot. So I mean, there's a pretty substantial scour at the base of that wall.
So the wall itself along the whole face of the Van Helfrich's decking, that's the main portion of the bulkhead that is in jeopardy. and Cole explained it on site, that the failure point of that bulkhead is right up near the top where the tieback actually is. There's a whaler that goes across the top. That photograph would be, let's look at that photograph, because it really does it. Oh, here's my copy right here. Let's see, you're standing right in front of it, Cole, actually. Let me get the page number so you can actually see what we're trying to describe. So if you go to page 19 of the report, the bottom left-hand photograph, you see Cole standing in the front foreground? That's the vinyl sheet pile bulkhead in the background. Can everybody see that?
Yep.
That's the bulkhead, right? That's the vinyl sheet pile bulkhead. You see the mean mark, that's kind of recent mean high. That's, the actual design was 4 feet high, the beach was 4 feet high, 2 feet higher than that stain line when it was initially
Yeah.
installed.
We hit it at low tide today.
So you can see
You
it.
could see everything, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So the failure point, even though, all right, so the curving is right, see these piles in the front, those are soldier piles? The curving, if you stand looking
You could
down
see
the
it.
line, you can see that there's a bow. That's not so much the issue as the strain of the vinyl is up along the whaler. The whaler is the top straight piece. And right below that, you can see a wood whaler with the bolts going through it. The failure point is right where the intersection of the top of the vinyl hits that whaler. That could snap off, and then everything above will come down. So we're concerned the fact that that could take place, we can't predict it, because vinyl's not really made to withstand that kind of pressure. If it were steel, it'd be no problem. So the proposal is to, this particular plan, is to, I'll let Cole go into that, the description of what we're proposing to remedy the situation, because we're trying to minimize what we have to do to rectify the problem. So John Bologna, the owner of the company, is a well-renowned structural engineer and has trained Cole. Cole worked on the design that's on a second plan, which shows the section view of what we're proposing to do. The black line is just the line work of where we're going to propose to remedy all of the undermining and all of the potential failure that we're concerned about. So we're concerned about the undermining. The big building is this, goes along here, which is the clubhouse building. There's the undermining that's going on right here. There's the failure of the rock revetment that's going down this way into the channel. And then there's the boathouse issue that has a concrete wall behind it that we have no idea if that is adding pressure to the actual boathouse. So we would like to carry the steel proposal around the backside of that to address it all at the same time. So I'll let Cole talk about the different parts of the steel so that we can demonstrate that we're trying to minimize the amount of steel sheet pile that we want to use. We want to minimize the exposure of the amount of steel, and there's reasons for that, and Cole can kind of explain that as he goes from I guess it's the northern area across down to the south and across where the Weechmere Harbor Club building is.
So I'll start with, if you want to look at the SK1, the structural section there, that's a proposed bulkhead in front of the northern portion of the wall in front of Ben Helfrich's site. And essentially what we're trying to do is reestablish the pre-existing grade at the toe of the wall so we can bring it back into the original capacity of the wall, and then additionally provide toe protection for additional scour. So we're not trying to put too much on the existing wall as much as we need to transfer the loads to this new, what we're calling, it's not so much an overwash bulkhead in this way, but it's lower than the top of the existing bulkhead.
Do you have any idea how low,
What'll be exposed?
yeah, what would be the exposure of the steel as it currently is? roughly?
From the soil up.
Yeah.
Soil up would be about 7 feet or so. The reason for that is to try to bigger, like I said before, the existing, so we did the design of the wall back in the early 2000s, so we have detailed construction docs and photos of the installation progress. We know pretty well how it was constructed. So what we're trying to do is, like I said, reestablish it to the design it had before when it was originally constructed. And that brings it about 5 feet below the top of the wall, or actually it's about 5 feet above the base of the wall, because I'm counting on a couple more feet of additional scouring in the future, bringing it up to that total height of 12 feet. So that's what's going on in front of Vin Helfrich's wall. And then, so behind the boathouse, which is moving south, right in that little nook, there's an existing concrete wall, which it's actually coincidental. It was the same wall that this new vinyl bulkhead wall replaced at Vin's site. They just didn't do it continuing across into the Witchmere Harbor Club's property, but we're proposing to do a similar design here and protect the scour of that wall and break off the boathouse from that wall, so they're two structurally independent systems, and then shore up the boathouse with emergency deep foundation systems, because it is in a V zone, so we have to comply with building code regulations there. And then moving more eastward from there along the face of the Witchmere Harbor Club. So we've had some history with this site, actually going back in the report. This report encompasses 3 different reports. 2 addendum reports date back to November of 2009 and May of 2003. So we have continued progress, continued evaluation of this wall over the years. And a lot of the same recommendations that we've provided have gone untouched, and now it's to the point where we think it's more critical and things are becoming overstressed to the point of they need immediate repair, hence the emergency. Of the existing rock revetment, which has a steeper angle than we'd like to see. So the overwash bulkhead would be driven in front of the existing toe of the and then riprap would be filled behind back to a natural 30 degrees or so angle, rather than what it's at like now as a 45-degree angle. And on top of all this, everything's limits what Witchmere can do with dredging, which is a little above the scope of the emergency order, but no dredging can happen until future work can be done because of the risk to the structures.
So to go along with it, these photographs are pretty good detail. This is probably what you saw out there, but being a structural engineer, Cole actually has underneath the building to see what's going on. But this picture right here at the top of page 19 shows you that there's a carrying beam right across here. You can actually see it's actually sloped towards the water. Look at that right there.
Yeah.
And then you can also see the dilapidation and degradation of the piles that are actually supporting that. Those are right out in front of that beam. You can see how thin they are and how precarious they are. And then also the photograph. Do you happen to take a photograph of the corner? It's actually, you can't really see it too when you're out there, but this is the big building right here, where the overwash bulkhead's going to go right along the elevation of mean high water. Across the, let's see, I wish I had a better photograph, but that's, I don't know if you were standing, maybe. So here's Ben Wilfridge's wall, and here's the long building that goes along the channel, right? Right in this location, right where there's a deck, and then there's a catwalk across. Right there, you can see it's completely undermined. The foundation's just hanging in air. So what we're proposing is this wall follows the contour from the top down so that it's not sticking out 7 feet out of the ground. It'll only be like, what, maybe a foot
Well, it'd be at mean high water.
at mean high water grade. So we'll follow that right down along the side, out to the outermost pile, then a slight return, so that that would protect the piles that are out on the outboard side, and it would keep the rock from sliding down into the channel. And it would also encompass the loss of material underneath the foundation on the back side of the building.
So you're gonna end, I mean, you're just gonna go around that corner and stop it for now.
For now,
I know the eventual plan we talked about, but for
Right.
now, it would stop.
That's-
So it's, you're not gonna, where I'm going with this is you're not really inhibiting tidal flow so much, even though that your overwash bulkhead is gonna be up to
that's the
mean
reason
high
for
water.
Yeah, that's the reason for following the contour of the slope that's there and going to mean high water, so water can still come over the bulkhead and not
Or
be inhibited.
it would be behind it, but yeah, I mean, you
Yes.
still get flow.
Correct.
So this is discussion here tonight, and I guess my concern is a lot of these items, I don't know why they weren't presented to us under a notice of intent prior to this. You know,
Because
these photographs were taken in April, right? And so, I don't know why this is all presented as an emergency project, so I'm pretty concerned about that. A lot of this work should not be considered emergency repair, so that's.
Oh, I disagree. We had a
Well, we're
building.
here for discussion, so I'm just putting it out there up front.
I realize that. I think the evaluation of the boathouse took place in April, and that evaluation took time to prepare. And in light of the fact that we're calling it an emergency, we can't predict when the failure will take place. So during the time between April and now, Ben Hilfrich came down and noticed that there was a curve in his wall. So we said, well, we got to take a look at that. So we brought John Bologna and Cole out to that site to look at that part of the wall, and determined that because of the curvature, we need to include this as part of the whole process, because it only makes sense if we're going to be working on the boathouse to try to rectify the foundation that's under there that's compromised, that we incorporated them both together. It still is an emergency regardless as to the timing, because I'm not going to be the person that sits and says to the Weechmere Harbor Club or to Vin Hilfrich, it's not an emergency, let's go through a 6-month process of hearings. And then if it fails, whose nickel is it on? It's on Coastal Engineering's nickel. It's an emergency now, Brad.
Well, so you say it is, and so I'm concerned about the level of work you're proposing, tremendous amount of work under emergency repair. And this site has been problematic for a long time. I think you should segment sections that need repair and then come back with a notice of intent on the
We
rest.
can't, the presentation is as it is. We have 2 officials that have agreed. We've got letters from those officials. We're only here out of courtesy. We don't have to be here, Brad. We can do this right through the 2 officials, and we can go right to the state.
Excuse me for 1 second. The reason I asked you to come here was because I said I did not feel comfortable doing it myself under an emergency certification, because I felt like it was a lot of work. So,
I realize
with all
that,
due respect, I did not agree to I agreed to have you, that there was a necessity to come and discuss this, but that the whole board should weigh in on this, and that's why. So don't,
yeah, but we have professionals
I understand.
that are saying that it's an emergency, and now it's being questioned whether it's an emergency only because of a date on a plan, a date on a photograph.
It's a tremendous amount of work proposed. We haven't had this material for very long to review, and.
That's the nature of an emergency, Brad. I understand you want more time.
I don't think everything you're proposing here is an emergency, so that's a concern.
Then I would appreciate you issuing a letter so that you were responsible for.
Oh, that's silly, don't even, that's
It's
ridiculous.
not silly, Brad.
Of course it is.
We have,
I'm responsible for this?
you're saying it's not an emergency.
It took 7 months to come to this conclusion?
No, it didn't take 7 months to come to this conclusion.
From some of these pictures.
The wall was not an issue at the time because nobody
No,
looked
I
at it. So the boathouse was an issue and still is an issue. That the foundation under there, you look at the pictures, you've been to the site. There isn't anyone in this room that would say, just leave it the way it is. How can we do that? The piles are not gonna support the
Maybe I'm
building.
just agreeing with what Brad's saying. It took 7 months to come to that conclusion.
This project started for us when we contracted with Witchmere Harbor Club to do the investigation of the boathouse. And for that was the reason, well, they brought us out there because they felt that the boathouse was an emergency. That was, and then when we did that, Vin, coincidentally, probably within a month, came down, looked at his, and then they decided that both of them together, they want to undertake it together instead of having two different emergency orders. So that's why the timing delayed. Back when we did the initial, so there was an investigation in 2003, then 2009, then 2019. The 2019 date that we did, there was a 10-year difference between the most previous report, and it was more so because they felt that at that time it was their structure. And if you do go out to the boathouse, you will see that. And then coincidentally, the Vin Helfrich's vinyl sheet pile wall is at the brink of failure. I can't even run an analysis because it spits out that it's failing at 6 factor safety. So just because it's the reason why they're coming together today is because it's coincidental that it's an emergency for both of them, and they're kind of partners in the deal.
So what we're allowed to permit under an emergency, and I absolutely see your concern here. I'm not trying to belittle that. We can only permit the minimum required to make something safe for the public health and safety, and it has to be a public health and safety issue. So I think I just wanted to lay that out there, I guess.
Couldn't we process a note of intent in, 2 hearings done? I mean, we all agree this work needs to be done. I don't know if this fits what you just described, Amy. Where's the public safety concern?
I would say that maybe the club, but certainly, I mean, it's more of a public location. But, I mean, we can process it as soon as you possibly can. They have other entities that they would have to go through as well, which would take potentially longer. It's not so much the Conservation Commission.
If it went through a
You would
regular
see an
notice.
after-the-fact you will see an after-the-fact notice of intent for this regardless, but the work would already have been, some of it would be
Right,
done.
and we've had a history of problems with emergency work, right?
The boat, I'm sorry.
How many lineal feet of sheet pile are you talking about? More or less.
Yeah.
Well, you looked at it. The boathouse is immediately next to a public access way to the rooftop access. And if the boathouse does go, there's a retaining wall that would fall in with it. So the access would be lost to the rooftop access.
There is a public access path between the Wintry Harbor Club and road.
At lowest of tides and
No,
this is
upland.
upland, and
It goes
then
from the
you
road
go
all the way down.
Downstairs. Then you
150.
Right
go
over that.
downstairs to a
150 feet?
stone patio, and
To
then you
what
go
depth
back
you wanna take it?
upstairs to a public viewings.
The sheet
that be
pile wall
jeopardized by
in front of Helfrich's,
failure
what's
of
the depth
anything?
you're calling for
It's the
there?
boathouse.
Well,
boathouse.
the
The access goes
embedment
over
would
the
be about
boathouse.
28 feet
Boathouse is
or
next.
so.
Yeah.
Or more if we want to do it to a targeted future dredge depth.
Uh, That's irrelevant, no,
It's irrelevant,
What's
but
the depth that you've designed?
this one says 28. I think
20,
yeah.
so the wall in front of Helfrich's has to be a 28-foot embedment in order to make up for the difference of the exposed wall that's there, that's
Yeah.
vinyl. So we're using steel so that we can basically almost cantilever it, so you don't have to go drilling holes through the existing vinyl to do tiebacks. Then the return wall here would be similar in height. This wall back here, because there's a concrete wall that's there, I don't know what the depth is for there. Do you know what the depth?
Of the concrete wall?
No, of the steel that would be back here.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, that one's a little tough. We can't really see the existing conditions.
So when they do the work to reestablish the foundation, they're actually gonna be taking sections of the roof out so that they can drive the piles that are gonna be the support system for the boathouse, and then they put the beams across once the piles are driven to depth. We'd have to make an inspection of that back section to see what we might need for the steel depth. Then along this side here, it would follow the grade. It wouldn't be exposed, because we're gonna try to follow the grade going down to the point where the first pile is, and only be high enough so that it retains the material that's underneath that existing boathouse from falling into the channel.
What I'm getting at is, given the nature of the work, the vibration created from installing the steel, is there a potential to cause failure through the process of the work going on?
That's hard to say for us as engineers, because that's usually constructability taken care of by the contractor. It'd have to be a monitored process, so it's kind of hard for us to answer that question, just because it wouldn't be us installing it. But these types of walls, I believe, are done quite regularly. This one does have a tie back, luckily enough, so there is some sort of redundancy. It hasn't fallen yet, even though my analysis says it should have.
Yeah, but with the vibration going on directly adjacent to it,
Yeah, that's a good
it's
question.
not out of the question
Yep.
that something is going to move, and when it does, it's going to create a catastrophic failure, correct?
Yeah, and luckily they're there with sheet piles.
So the sheet piles are gonna be driven by vibratory
Right.
rather than hammer, so, and we would have to probably monitor that, or the contractor would have to make sure that there's monitoring of the existing structure that's along the channel. And I wouldn't be so, I'm not sure would we have to monitor here. I mean, it'd be more the building, wouldn't it?
Well, the building's pile supported, so any vibration would just be dampened by the piles. Not too worried about that.
There is a risk. But we have monitored things in the past. You can put a vibration monitor in the building, and if you, just like we monitor when we're doing dredging, they put a monitor out in the open water to make sure the sediment isn't traveling downstream. So we, put a monitor in the building.
I'm just listening to all of this, and I'm just amazed, because you're saying all your analysis says it could have done this, and yet you're not that, I mean, you're concerned, but about this vibration factor.
That is the nature of structural engineering. They could be.
But the other thing is, when did the sheet pile issue come up? How long ago were you?
We looked at it, when was our site visit, Amy? It was like a week ago?
Yeah,
That was the first time they saw the Boeing?
No, we saw it a
well,
week
you
prior
saw it
to
before
that.
that, but yeah, you brought me out
So
there.
that was recent, but
Yeah.
but that boathouse, I mean, looking at it, I agree with you. I mean, months ago, and now it's all of a sudden emergency. Why wasn't it an emergency back then?
That's because the owners were trying to coordinate efforts to get it for,
Which owners?
between the two owners, between the Witchmere Harbor Club and the property owner of
That didn't
Halfridge.
start till 3 weeks ago. The boat issue, it certainly was looked at a while ago. It's been looked at for the last 10 years. We've got reports in your
No,
packet.
I'm not disagreeing with that,
Right,
that it
so-
needs to work
so
like
there-
that, but I mean, all of a sudden, you're talking about catastrophic failure, people walking above it, and now all of a sudden,
Not
but it
some-
wasn't 7 months ago.
We didn't use the word catastrophic. That was used by the
That was
board.
my word.
We're saying it's an emergency because the analysis shows that we need to do something. We certainly could have come here in April and done that. There's no question we could have done that. Wait another 6 months, but that's not prudent. As engineers, we can't say, okay, we've waited this long, let's wait another 2 hearings, and then we don't just get a permit here through an NOI, Brad. We have to go through 91 then, right, before we can do the work, right? And that's over a year, because we're driving sheets. We are gonna follow up with them after the fact, so we are addressing that,
Does
but
Chapter 91 have an emergency process, or
yes,
they do?
yes, they do.
That's-
As a matter of fact, the emergency can actually go through them first. We've done that before, where we've circumvented the town and
Right.
gotten the state to come down and look at it, and then they issue back an order to the commission. But it's over, signed by Jim Mahalo or,
Yeah.
through wetlands.
Yeah.
Yes, I understand why the commission's saying, I don't see it as an emergency. But then we have structural engineers that have looked at it and said, okay, yeah, we've taken some time to prepare the report, and we've now coordinated another effort to try to condense it so that we're not in twice in 2 different times. And it looks like it's not an emergency, but that's not what the analysis says. Yes, it hasn't failed his analysis, and using the formulas that we use through the computer say that it should have failed already. That's not an instance to say, well, let's just wait and see, or go through an NOI process. That's very concerning to me.
Well, it's concerned to me that these documents are dated 2 days ago, and this is a discussion.
Well, I was
item.
I was the one who said for them to come to this meeting. I had said, this was last Thursday we met, or last Wednesday, and I told them, I said, well, I didn't, I said, I understand the concern, but I didn't feel comfortable issuing an emergency on your behalf. So I told them to get them to me as soon as I can, and I did tell them Friday or Monday, just because we met on Wednesday. So we still had time on the agenda. I tried to get them in because I said it's an emergency.
Yeah.
So my I guess a question I have for you, Cole, is we can, like I said, we can allow what is necessary to abate the emergency. So this looks like somewhat of a permanent fix. Is there anything that could temporarily be done to stabilize the structure to give you a little bit more time? Because that is more in line with what an emergency work can do. Is there a way that you can make this more stable than it currently is while you prepare for?
So with the 3 different portions of the project, I'd say that the Vinhoff property does not have another option. We'd have to stabilize the toe of that wall.
Yep.
The boathouse, in the past, actually, one of these pictures, if you look at this picture, this was a project up in P-Town.
I said, that didn't look like ours.
I was gonna say,
No.
where are
So
these
this
pictures?
project is actually also an emergency order, and what we
Okay.
did in the meantime was we did timber cribbing up with temporary needle beams, and that's just bearing on the sand, and that got us through until we could go back and do this as a permanent fix.
Okay.
So that would just be like if you see a house lifted,
Sure.
that's what you would see.
Okay.
So that would be probably the absolute bare minimum. But still, it's more temporary. I would say that's like a 3-month temporary fix, not like a 6-month through winter type of
Well, maybe,
temporary.
is there something in between?
Yeah.
Yep.
That could be another, and then as far as the toe of the wall, really, it's not so much the riprap falling, but the corner of the building, really,
Right.
that's really an issue. And, I suppose you could somehow maybe like inject concrete underneath it to shore, but that's not really saving any more time
Right.
with mobilization than I feel
Sure.
just continuing the wall. And then maybe coming back around the corner, some more riprap could be added down line, but really finalizing the toe to have that return wall parallel with flow would be ideal.
I have a question on the design. The dark line is your proposed bulkhead, and it takes a left-hand turn at the northern part of Halfrick's property, and it is not attached to the bulkhead that is next door. And the bulkhead that's right now, Halfrick's, is attached to the bulkhead next door, I believe. How are you doing that?
Manicharian. I don't think it is. That's
What?
The Manicharian boathouse. I
That
don't know if it was
bulkhead's
it wasn't
further-
attached.
I know that bulkhead's further seaward
Yeah,
because it goes under the building,
We have
right?
pictures of that. That wall, the wall continues parallel with the building, and then they have just a piece of sheet pile
Oh,
just
okay.
between the two, but it continues past it and goes more parallel with the building, more towards the street.
Okay, so what I saw, with the sheet pile is a temporary,
It's just like a retaining,
got it.
yeah.
And so have the been notified?
They don't have to for this.
They don't
Yeah,
have,
an
They'd be
emergency.
notified after the fact, when we file the NOI.
does this
Well, and
have
hopefully
any
before you
effect
do the
on
work.
their property? Scouring and all of the,
It just, no, they're not connected.
if it was of intent, they would have to be notified, right?
Well,
But
I
an
mean,
emergency
it would be in
declaration,
the-
they don't have to be notified.
it would be in your interest to talk to them, the Helfriches to talk to them anyways.
Well, the Wheelers' property, that's just street side of the
Yeah.
boat. They kind of have a joint interest in that wall too, because that's also protecting their property.
Sure.
So I'm sure they're gonna, well, I don't know if they've been contacted yet, but they would have some interest in that wall being
Yeah, no, I'm talking about,
Over
the
here.
north side, yeah.
Manager.
Yeah, no, I don't think
they
that,
might wanna know that going on.
yeah.
What's the separation between the existing vinyl bulkhead and the proposed footage?
Footage, so ideally, so there's the Navy-style soldier piles, and ideally, you'd want to have some sort of wale between the Navy-style wall going to that new bulkhead, and that could just be like an 8x8. And then the sheets that are proposed are NZ14 sheets, which are 14 inches in depth, so total, that would be 22 inches.
Okay, SK1, it looks like it's a larger separation, but I might be interpreting that.
I'm sorry, no, this is a little bit, it says a foot on that one, it's changed a little bit in my continuation of design since then. It's gotten less seaward, less coverage. Do you mind if I pass this one? Brad, this is a more current one than even that one.
Mhm.
So it only has an 8x8 and then, and then just another 3x front wheel.
Okay. That is a resource area that we pay attention to. So, okay, thank you. It's a lot of work. I would not want to see you have to wait a year for Chapter 91. I don't know how that could be expedited. I would, this amount of work, I can't interpret all this being emergency to public safety. So I just wish we could find a way to sequence this, but I don't know, any strong thoughts from anyone else on the table?
To me, sequencing the project is just going to build a potential problem that's going to magnify. To me, this is an all-or-nothing opportunity to make the correction.
Do you feel it's emergency?
Given the nature of the failure and the potential of the failure, I would say yes.
Anybody else?
I think I'm going to abstain,
Mhm.
because I am a member of the chair.
Yeah.
That's a little concerning that the nature of the whole thing appears, this is a permanent fix at this point. Obviously, it needs to be done, and it does appear to be some level of an emergency, but we're not talking about temporary emergency repairs, we're talking about a permanent fix here, apparently. It's a lot to take in right now.
Flowage under the dock, all these things that, we just received the package. There's a lot of resource areas here that, I don't know if have you had discussions with the harbor master and other folks?
I
in natural
did talk to
resource?
John about it, and I had asked that you send him a copy of whatever you sent me. I went over it with him. I said it wasn't gonna extend farther into the waterway. The only concern of his was we still have the commercial fleet operating out of there, and to make sure, because this would be, work would be done by barge mostly, that it was gonna have an impact on navigation through the channel, but he didn't have any comments other than that, so.
Not a lot of space. This was a highly contested dock project when it was approved. So not a lot of space there to bring a barge.
Well, let me just ask this. If there is a failure, what's the impact? And what's the impact to the area around it? How does that fit into the big picture when you look at risk versus reward?
I would say it's primarily a private property issue.
But
But I'm not really in a great position to judge that question.
Well, if
Well,
the
it's going to
bulkhead
impact the channel
fails,
though, correct?
Right.
if the bulkhead fails, like Mark says, it's not just private property, that goes into Weechmere Harbor.
Right, and that's what I'm getting
So
to.
does Weechmere Harbor Club building and the boathouse.
It could impact, it could impact that subtidal area that's right there, intertidal, subtidal area. That could happen.
But it would impact the public, because you just mentioned that the fleet needs to continue to operate. So if the failure happens, that shuts down Weechmere Harbor until it's cleaned up.
The failure of the revetment where the dock is, or the actual?
Club.
I think the club.
Yeah.
And I don't know how far out the boathouse might fall, but that is precarious. You could look at maybe its height and then determine that it might even fall into the harbor,
Float into it.
the channel at
I
least.
have a wedding there now.
Well, that's why I was asking, is there things that we can do in the meantime that could alleviate the immediate threat? But I understand too that that has its own risk of
I
it
think
not.
have it progress in this path and not have this as the notice of intent that came before us. There was time to repair that, and I think it should have been done.
I understand your opinion. How will the result be different? Is there a feeling in the room that the project would be denied?
No.
Okay, then, that being said, if the end result is going to be the same, why can't we find a path to expedite it?
Well, maybe we can, I hope we can, but here's the thing. We received these materials 2 days ago, so none of us had a chance to review these. We've had a history of problems with emergency projects, where things have been done beyond what was expected. Number two, this site has had a history of problems coming before us for permits. So I'm skeptical. I have concerns.
We can put it on again. I don't know, you'd have to take time to mobilize anyways, but I can put it on again for 2 weeks' time, so they can review stuff some more, so I don't wanna see you leaving with nothing.
We have to go by what you folks determine. We
You
can't.
could go to Chapter 91, it sounds like. Is that a feasible
Yeah, but-
strategy?
Certainly, we could do that, Brad, but we want to work with you folks.
I know, but they have engineers. We're not engineers.
Cole and John, I've known John Bologna a long time. They know what they're talking about. So I do trust that. I don't think we need another opinion on the engineering. Just whether it's an emergency, or this level needs to be done to abate the emergency under what an emergency is.
I think the building inspector sees that the boathouse is an emergency, even though it's been since April, because he was out there with Amy 2 weeks ago. So whether we've bought time, since we have, if we were here in April, we'd be asking for emergency just for the boathouse. It wouldn't have mattered. We would have been asking for an emergency then. And we'd be going through this process where we aren't filing a notice. And so, yes, we're fortunate that it hasn't fallen out of its existing foundation.
All things being equal, I really, truly feel that we're obligated to make sure that the failure doesn't get worse than what it is already. I think you have an opportunity to head off a bigger problem.
You are a benign, trusting soul, Mark.
Sometimes. Trust but verify, Brett.
I know. Well,
What's your purview?
what folks want to do, I mean, Amy can approve this on her own. She can approve an emergency action on her own.
Yeah, I could, but I thought this was a lot of work, so I wanted you to see it.
I know, and we haven't had any time to really, it's really not, to
I
me,
was trying to,
Brett,
I was
Brett,
trying to
what
help
kind
him out and get him here quick. That's
What
what I
kind
was
of
trying.
concerns would you look at between now and, say, 2 months from now?
I think work under the club, I'd like to look at that closer and see if it's gonna impact any resources that we're concerned about. Obviously, the work has to be done to shore up that. I get that.
You
No.
think shellfish, that sort of thing?
Well, any type of subtidal habitat. Secondly, the vinyl bulkhead, that's gonna have addition onto it. Will there be impacts that could be avoided with that? These are items, I think, with few exceptions, probably should have been fielded under a notice of intent. And that's my feeling, so. But I also, if the majority here wants to go forward, then that's fine too, you know? I don't like the process. We can't review this in, a couple of days. We can't have a real strong opinion on it.
When would the work likely start?
Well, if you issued an emergency order of conditions tonight, we would be bound to have to start within 1 or 2 days, because we only have 30 days to complete the work before we have to file our after-the-fact notice of intent. So it's under, any emergencies under that strict regulation where if you can't complete the work, there is a provision where you can ask for an extension
Yeah.
greater than the 30 days, but you can't drag it out. It's not like, doing a revetment work out on Cape Cod Bay and you're gonna schedule it for February, and
January
it has to be
15th.
done. We just had this conversation with Jim Mahala, because we're working on another avenue of emergency dredging in Chatham, and he said, make sure that you, whenever you do an emergency, you try to time the emergency declaration so that your contractor's ready to mobilize within 2 or 3 days after that declaration. Because if you wait 15 days, you've lost 15 days of your construction time.
Do you think you can reasonably do this work in 30 days?
We've already had a contractor look at it and has said yes. That's
When are they-
actually Robert Hour's company's looked at it.
When are they able to begin?
They could begin tomorrow.
I think they keep their barge there sometimes, actually.
And the reason they've looked at, Robert Hour is because they are located right there, Harwich Boatyard. So they're cognizant and mindful of the access through the channel to me, so. So I asked Cole, if you mentioned 2 weeks. You're asking us to ask if this emergency could be delayed another 2 weeks. So the issue is that the vinyl bulkhead that's there right now, Cole just mentioned to me that if it loads up with moisture behind it, then that increases the loading and that increases the risk. We don't know if there's moisture loaded up behind it because there's no way of doing any testing.
That could be like a burst pipe or anything.
So there's things that we don't know could happen, might happen. So if we wait 2 weeks and then we do have something happen, then we have to explain that.
Heavy rains could impact that too, correct?
Yeah, heavy rains with low tides.
That's less of a public safety issue than the boathouse and the other room.
Well, if you look at the reveal and you look at the structure above, if that fails, that failure envelope back under the building that's up top.
Yeah. Again, it's not-
But that goes into the channel.
Well, I doubt it. I don't think it would go into the channel.
You may doubt it,
Well, it
but
may or may not, but
Yeah.
what if it did?
Yeah.
I wouldn't venture out, if the failure happens, that I could predict exactly what would happen. But I know that the remedy alleviates that. So to me, the risk of going out and doing the work to prevent what could happen is better than waiting and letting what could happen might not go into the channel, so it might not be a public safety issue.
I would agree with that completely.
That any scale tells me, do what you need to do to rectify the situation. File your NOI afterwards, which is provided in 310 CMR. You file an emergency if it's declared an emergency by 2 town officials. You go through that process of doing the emergency work, then you file your after-the-fact notice of intent. And then you do have to address resource areas, even though the project's installed.
So who are the officials you mentioned?
Well, the building inspector was one official that said he would write a letter that it's an emergency. I thought we would have that letter today. And we brought Amy out there because she was the other town official, because she represents, as a town official, the resource areas that are concerned of. So those were the two town officials we brought out to the site. In the past, we've brought we brought John Rendon out and Amy.
I think if it proceeds, then it should proceed under that authority, the 2 town officials providing approval.
But the commission has to sign, I believe, the emergency order conditions.
We don't,
They don't.
I don't see we have to.
They don't have to?
we don't vote on
I'm
it?
sorry, I thought they
We
did
don't have to vote on it, we just have to sign it?
My fault.
No, you don't have to sign it. I technically can issue it. So I agree that there's a substantial concern there. I'm not downplaying that. It's a lot of work under an emergency certification. I can sign it. I asked them to come here.
You also have the ability to stop the project if there's an issue, correct?
It becomes a lot harder to stop something once it starts. I didn't want to do anything without your input. And I'm still sensing that there is,
Can I ask a question without being interfering with abstaining? In your opinion, is there more of a danger of Helfrich's property falling into the harbor, or more of a danger of the Witchmere boathouse, or more of a danger of the Witchmere Harbor function room?
I would say that if either one of the bulkhead or the boathouse failed, the other one would fail with it, but the harbor club is separate.
Okay, so could it be separated, at least at this time?
Do you mean separated, like asking the structural engineer if we could stop the steel bulkhead sooner?
That was the intention, how we stopped it, just with the little wing wall. And part of our report said to continue that all the way down because the riprap's falling off. So that's why we actually limited what we thought was a good
Immediate concern.
immediate concern of the scouring of the foundation. But on levels of urgency, I would say that, as we said it before, the other two would probably most likely fail each other if one of them were to fail.
All right, so we don't need to vote. We've given input, and that's it, right?
if I sign off on this and you don't like it, it's my head on the chopping
But
block.
there's no recourse, really.
Support of the commission.
I'm in.
Because I don't want to be liable either if things go wrong, but that's, I mean,
Professional engineers have the ability to manage projects that are phenomenally larger than this.
I know.
You got two of them sitting right there,
I
and
figured
they're
you'd want me to
reputable.
have brought this to you tonight. That's why I asked them to come here.
And you're
That you-
absolutely right.
Instead of,
I think you're handcuffed, Amy, because, I think you're handcuffed because it came to you as an emergency. My concern is that this should have been assembled as a notice of intent, a long time ago, and I suppose we're past that point to worry too much about that.
It is a procedural issue as opposed to a practical.
Mm-hmm. Well, what would you like, Amy? Because, it's, an emergency order doesn't require us to vote on it. So I think,
no, no, you don't have to vote on it. I just want to have some
I think
semblance
the
that you're in
minutes,
favor of this.
minutes will show that
I think
we're supportive of your signing off on this, Amy.
you've had two members express concerns with the process. Everyone else has been supportive.
No, and I'm concerned with the process as well, but, I mean, we are where we're at this point, so.
I don't dispute the process, Brad, but what's the value
Right.
to continue to go forward with the process other than to complete the process? The result's gonna be the same. You gotta fix the problem.
Right. I guess you should probably read the language of an emergency order and see that it's a pretty strict process. It's a public safety issue. It's often temporary repairs. This is a ton of work. It's kind of being fit into that process. And if it truly is, in threat of failing, then by all means, it should be done. So, I think I've said enough on this, so I think we move on. I think that
Okay.
the sentiment of the committee seems to be to support doing the work.
All right. Well, I'm going to issue it on your
Yeah.
behalf.
Yeah.
Just to help, because I see that this particular person's, like using your words, and we're both gonna be instrumentally involved in this project,
I know,
as
that's why I'm
well as
comfortable
John
doing it.
Bologna. Because Weechmere Harbor Club, Ben Hilfrich, and the neighbor that's in between, they are huge clients of ours. And they take our work seriously, their request to use us seriously. So we would work with her instrumentally to make sure that silt booms would be in place, because there's pile driving, will be environmentally sensitive to the area. I know that would get addressed under coming back in on an NOI, but based on our reputation and the number of years I've been working with you, we're putting our stamps and our reputations on the line as well. So we're in her corner, and I hope you are too, because we have a contract. That's the person we have to make sure does the project according to what we're gonna set for guidelines with Amy's jurisdiction as well. So I want you to be cognizant and mindful that that's our approach to this.
I agree with Brad, I agree with Mark, I agree with Amy. My biggest problem in this thing is that 6 months ago, it wasn't a complete emergency, and we're in here today, it's gotta be done tomorrow. That's the biggest problem I have with this whole process. Not that the work doesn't have to be done, but the process.
Well, I'm gonna wish you good luck and hopefully go and you get the job done.
Are you gonna be around first, like, 8:30 tomorrow morning? Anybody? No, I'm not, I have a conference in the afternoon, and I wanna get this to you Friday. So I wanna just go over some parameters, if you're available in the morning, 8:30-ish. Okay. I gotta set, conditions for you. I just wanna make sure whatever I set are achievable. Okay? Call you on your cell, should I call Cole?
We'll give you both ourselves.
Okay.
Okay, before we go.
Okay.
All right, thanks for coming by. Other folks waiting for discussion items. Do you guys want to carry on? I mean, it's late. I feel awful that you folks had to stay.
I have yours, yeah.
You want
I'll
to
take
briefly
Cole's.
address these issues?
I'll write it on the envelope here. What's, Borden?
Mm-hmm, okay.
Sorry. Sorry, mosquito control. Come on up, Craig. Thank you.
All right, who starts? You, me?
Can I announce it real quick, and then I'll open it up to you? So I was made aware that, so this is Mr. Borden. He owns 2A Hinckley, which used to be known as 424 Pleasant Lake Avenue. And he was given a permit a few years ago to build a house with an associated walkway that was supposed to be kind of stepping stones set into the bank down the slope to Hinckley Pond, replace the shed/boathouse. And I was made known that, and he got an extension earlier this year because couldn't finish the whole project. So I got notice that the walkway was being done, and when I went out there, it wasn't quite done as per the plans and orders of conditions. It's, you have photos in your Dropbox, and so instead of just kind of being stones set in the grade, which is a very steep grade, it is timbers that have, and then brick with a brick patio in the middle of it. So you can explain what happened, and we can go from there.
Okay. Well, I started to look into the stone stairway, and with the soil conditions that were there, I happened to walk on another one in Chatham that was made out of, I call them Lego blocks. They're the new stone that fit together and so forth. And several had tipped, okay, because of soil conditions. So I said, talking to different people, we came up with a solution of the pressure-treated band around it, which proceeds about, it's 4 feet wide, proceeds 4 feet, and they're attached to each other all the way up. So the soil conditions really don't matter at that point. They're all keyed in with rebar. They're not going anywhere, okay? And then the interior portion is dry laid brick. There's a landing zone, or as Amy put it, a patio, partway up, and there's several reasons for that. What precipitated something like that was the soil conditions, very soft sand, okay? And then to make the stairs in winders, so to speak, to make the corner and turn, I have a granddaughter that has cerebral palsy. She walks with crutches, canes. And she has to stop. And I'll be honest with you, I have to stop. Coming partway up those stairs, it's like, wait a minute, I'm gonna wait for a second and then go. So with the soil condition issue and we were turning the stairway, the mason I'm using was talking to me, and we said, well, why don't we put a little stopping point here, put a bench or something, and then continue up this way. And I said, that's a good idea. I'd never gave it any thought that I would have to come before conservation on that. So Amy came just after we got beyond that point. That isn't 100% finished, was pretty close to it. And when the whole thing came about, is they didn't want a wood stairway. Well, I assumed, you know what happens when you do that. It was meant that the stairway next door is all wood, okay? It's got wood stringers, wood railings, wood treads, and woods and so. So I didn't want to do that, and I considered that. It might have been a little more cost effective, but on a 4-foot width, it becomes a problem. So this is how that all entailed, and here I am now. We're probably 2/3 done. The rest of it is going to be very close to the 100-foot mark anyway, but I'd like to finish if I could. Get forgiveness, that landing, not a patio, it's a landing, okay? And I wasn't here when she came out. I was in Omaha, Nebraska, so I couldn't come right down and say, hey, what about this and that? But here I am now. So, what do we do?
We have distinctive standards for staircases over inland banks, and that's right in our regulations. And this doesn't meet them. It actually was fairly invasive the way you cut them in, the way you put them in. So I would just say that it doesn't meet our standards for staircases over inland banks.
So what can I do?
That's up to the commission. That patio or landing area is roughly about at the 50-foot line. I mean, I don't have doesn't show on the plan. right about that.
Did folks get out there today?
No.
No.
Pictures in,
Oh, we put that netting.
but- Yeah, yeah, they stabilized the site. I appreciate that. I think they appreciate that too.
What are the width of the stairs?
4 feet.
And what's the size of the patio?
Approximately 10 by 12.
50?
I don't know. My best
Right.
estimate is right about the 50-foot
Right
buffer.
about the 50. Yard line. Believe me, it feels like 50 yards when you're upstairs.
Is the,
You know, you were at the hearings, all of this had to go to conservation, and the house, you kept, except for the deck, really outside the 100-foot buffer. And you're aware of the rules of conservation.
Right. My intent was to do the masonry, but frankly, to go to a masonry step, dry laid wasn't gonna work because of the soil conditions. It just wasn't gonna work.
Well, if you make a change to your building on your house, you'd get a change in your building permit.
Well, I didn't think of it that way. I didn't
Saying
think
it's
of it.
regulatory the same way. I'm sorry if I'm being difficult. Just, I don't mean to be.
What do you propose, Amy? You've been to the site, we haven't. Is there
An amendment?
is there amendment and any mitigation for unauthorized structures, or do you recommend removal? What do you think is the best way to go forward here?
An amendment with mitigation and questionable about the patio being able to stay. If it's in the 50-foot, no disturb zone, we wouldn't have allowed that, period, so.
I thought, well, I didn't think about it, to be honest with you. But I know that the
I know.
silt fence went by there, so that was 50 foot.
Would it be a good idea to have you work with Mr. Borden on an amendment, and then maybe we can get out there next time we're doing
Sure.
site visits?
Sure.
Okay.
So it'd be an amended order of conditions. It would be another hearing in front of the Conservation Commission.
Okay,
And-
my problem is timing. I'm leaving right after Thanksgiving for almost a month.
Okay.
I'd like to, I mean,
They're not gonna be able to be finished by then, just,
what I was gonna say, where we're so far beyond, can we continue with the stairway in the same fashion to just get up to the top, so we can get all this stuff out of there? Because that part of the stairway probably wouldn't change.
I can't say that. We haven't voted on it. I
Hmm.
don't think the commission can say that.
Yeah.
I don't know that we can vote if we don't know where the patio is.
Well, I just mean allow the work to continue without permit, is what he's asking.
As I'm beyond the crucial point now,
Are the stairs below this patio completed?
yes,
It's up to you. I mean, that's why he's here, is it's up to you. Don't,
yeah, whatever you want.
So the only stairs or the only work to be done are the ones from the patio up to the top of the bank.
How did those stairs look if you take out that patio? I mean, you
We'd have to,
well, it's also
It'll be
supposed to be a
weird.
straight line down, and it's not a straight line. The footprint's not the same either.
Yeah,
the footprint, you mean that old pathway?
What you had approved on your plan.
Actually, the pathway, the old footprint,
Mm-hmm.
that is following the pathway.
Yeah. But it's not what's on your approved plan.
Oh, okay.
I think the works should cease and we figure this out. And that's my feeling.
I mean, I can certainly help you with some paperwork prior to going away for Thanksgiving. That's not a problem.
Okay. Can I ask something? Let the patio go and I'll give up the boathouse?
That could be discussed, I think, at the time of the amendment.
That'd be a good topic for an amendment, yeah.
Yeah.
That might be,
'Cause
really- that could be
Because
really,
that's right at the water, so
that could be
that could
really
be
good
good.
mitigation.
And I do need a resting point for my granddaughter.
Mhm.
I need it for myself even, but
Mhm.
we found this summer, she went to a Spalding thing, and she has the ability to kayak, of all things, and
Mhm.
likes it.
Mhm.
So my wife was talking about getting a couple of kayaks. She said, we can't even get down to the water. Let's get this thing done. I said, okay, here we go. and here I am.
Sorry, Greg, I'm sorry.
No,
I don't
it's
like
not-
the enforcement
I'm not
part of my
mad at
job. I
you.
really don't like it.
I'll be really honest with you, I shouldn't be, but I am. I never even read those. When we first did it, yes. But recently, I didn't pull them out to look at them. It's a stairway. That's how I thought of it, as a stairway.
Well,
And,
if you could work with Amy, I think that's a good
yeah,
solution.
I'd like to work
and-
with Amy, sure.
I think the concept of moving the boathouse could be really good mitigation for what you've done.
Okay,
So,
cool.
Yep.
all right,
I
well, thank
agree.
you for your time.
All right, well, thank you.
So I'll be in touch probably Friday, and we can set something up for next week?
Yeah.
All right,
Sure, that'd be
thank
great.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're
That
a
was
good
quick.
grandfather.
Paul, we have a vacancy in the commission. Would you like to join us? Paul? Yes,
Oh, we don't have a vacancy?
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I'm just razzing. Okay.
So this
All
is
right,
really
sorry to
informal
keep you guys
discussion,
waiting.
so you feel free and come up if you want.
If you want to, and
Yeah.
we'll try to keep it brief, and we we can continue this. This is just.
Yeah, you're here, so we want to chat about
If
it.
you want to be on the board, we can
I've actually
create a
had some,
vacancy.
Yeah.
You don't pay
There were a number of us that are getting discouraged.
it hasn't been easy lately. So, this is discussion about the Bell's Neck Bogs, the management, both the land and the water resource. The commission last year voted not to put these bogs out to be released. They haven't been in production 3 or 4 years now,
A little more, yeah.
roughly. Some parts sooner rather than others, or than others, if you will. Since our last discussion, just before we get into, these folks are from, Paul and Gabby from Mosquito Control. I just want to let you know where, since the last meeting, what steps I've taken to try to get some of the ball rolling. Reached out to, I had a question, a big question about water rights. Because we do not, water rights are granted for managing water levels when you're dealing with agriculture. And those water rights cease to be able to manage water levels once managed for 5 years. And that was from the UMass Cranberry Extension. I reached out to them. So that's a concern that we need to look at. Basically, we'd be able, and I've started to put together a group, and there'll be maybe some members from this committee too, able to draft a management plan, and certainly want assistance from Mosquito Control. Reached out to Mass DER. They're on board. APCC with their, they have some good resources, Associates Preserve Cape Cod, entities such as that to start to put together a land management plan for this area. So, Mosquito Control, I know you were interested because we, go ahead if you want, but.
Okay, I'll just say, we got a call towards the end of September. Concerned citizen, this has been a summer for mosquitoes in the headlines all summer long. So that citizen had noticed there was water standing in the bogs. They were concerned about mosquitoes developing on those bogs. We sent our crew there. Paul went by, took a look. There's definitely standing water there. We sent our crew by on September 26th. They did surveys in the water. There were mosquitoes all over those bogs. So they treated them with BTI, which is what we use, Bacillus israelensis. That's what we use all over Cape Cod to do treatments. It would be very helpful for us to not have standing water on those bogs in the summertime. They are definitely creating a mosquito issue in that area. So I guess that's my story. If we could manage the water much lower in the summertime, that would make a big difference for us. Water in the ditches is not a problem. Water on top of the bogs.
On top's not so good.
Okay.
Less water, less mosquitoes,
There you go.
basically.
Gotcha. So right now, the boards have been taken out, the boards have been put back in. You said this time of year you're not as concerned about it because you're at
Doesn't
the
matter.
frost at this
Exactly.
point. But definitely something to still consider, and you have to figure out what kind of habitat types we are going to encourage to thrive or whatnot there.
Heinz told me that the commission was trying to protect some sort of plant that's in those wetlands. I'm not sure
Not a
what-
specific
what-
type, but just
What
to,
kind of plants they are.
I don't know what he's talking about.
so what he's probably talking about is at our last meeting, we had discussed that the water had been left at such a high level for so long that the plant life had, and plant and animal life, as Jim had said too, has adapted to that at that level, and to drop it so drastically so quickly. But there was no specific plant type. It was more that wetland might die, wetland plants might completely die off quickly, and because of the water depletion for an extended period. So that's why we were talking a little bit about managing it, so that there's a little flow going through, but we don't really know what that's gonna look like yet. So we're just trying to start to get the people involved.
The reason for stopping the water flow through the bog was to protect the herring fry.
Right.
And, that's been an ongoing conversation. From your perspective, the movement of water through the bogs, how advantageous is that to keeping them clear?
It's important. Water movement through the bogs is very
Is
important to
important.
what we're doing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's.
Mosquitoes breed less in moving water. Doesn't
What-
stop them completely, but
What's
movement.
the flow that they don't, there has to be a
It-
certain,
It's not, because different species,
Really?
some species will actually go along the edges of slowly moving water.
Okay.
So I can't say never to that.
Yeah.
We have like 25 species of mosquitoes here on Cape Cod, and they're all a little different in what they like and what they don't like. But it's easier for us to manage if the water's in the ditches anyway, standing or moving. If the water's low enough that it's in the ditches, we can check those as well, and we can treat those with BTI.
And I don't think mosquito control wants to change the environment quickly. But allowing plant growth in those ditches slows water movement as well. We do water management, we clean ditches, we maintain
Right.
them. With water levels high, like the boards are in now, we can't go in and do any sort of water management work because the water level's too high.
But we're happy to work
My
with
idea
them.
was like maybe sometime this winter to, once the herring fry were gone, to just run those ditches and let them flush out, naturally clean themselves a little bit and find out where, not all ditches are important there. There are probably a couple that are the main drainage and water flow in that system that need to be maintained. The rest of them, no.
Do we know how there was standing water there this summer, how that came to be?
In those bogs,
blocked off.
it was, the boards were in those flumes holding the water back. The water in those bogs comes from groundwater,
So the downstream flume,
was blocked.
where the pipe that goes back to Herring River had full boards in.
And the one that goes,
No, the problem was there was no influx of water.
Right.
The uphill flume was blocked.
Right.
To keep the little fish out.
Right.
Consequently, all the water flow was stopped.
Right.
So then,
Groundwater came in, that's about it.
yeah, and that's all minimal,
Right.
by that and rainwater, so it's minimized. So there's a trickle going outboard, but enough.
but you don't want to affect the fishway either. You don't
Well, I
wanna
think that
affect-
goes into another,
I just wonder if you could
Part
have
of the
dropped the
management.
downstream boards. Why not? Couldn't that have been done?
I don't think there's enough water left in there.
Well, it sounds like there was enough water to have standing water.
As far
They
as
did drop.
I'm
it.
concerned, and I'm not mosquito control, there should be no boards in there. None. Those bogs were naturally or artificially created. Maybe initially there was some wetland there somewhere, but it's all been altered.
Did drop boards, and then boards are put back.
Right, we
So-
dropped, Paul called or came in and talked to me. He said, Amy, we're loaded with mosquito larvae. Basically said, we're gonna drop the boards. I said, yes, drop the boards. I mean, that was right during the time we were
Brad
having.
That as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had, that's when all the diseases were really, really scaring everybody, so that took precedent, but then we left him out for a little while, and that's when the concern that there was gonna be a dramatic shift in habitat type immediately. put them, we said we'd put them back in for now until we can kind of decide how we're gonna manage that. And that's why I'm not a hydrologist, so I wanna get people who are involved.
We've been talking about this for a long time, you know?
And we have all winter to decide what's happening.
There does seem to be, did get a very energetic email back from DER when, in the past, I've asked them to participate, and they've been a little reluctant because it's not one of their big, huge restoration projects, you know, that's going on statewide, but I got some very enthusiastic responses to wanting to help out. So, I'll take it.
Well, at the end of the day, we have to make decisions, and that's something we haven't done for a couple of years now, so we need to revisit this and make decisions.
Yeah. So there's a lot of different concerns, the fish, the mosquitoes, changing habitat types.
Absolutely.
It's-
The necessity of open space versus woodland, all of these are contributing factors.
Absolutely. So,
Mark and I have had some discussions about the possibility of creating a level of flow. I had one idea to take maybe one of the lower drop boards on the upper part and drill some 2-inch holes in it and put some heavy screen over that, and that would, have a fairly modest flow, but significantly more than there is now. Something that might need to be cleaned occasionally.
Any attraction flow in the juvenile herring will go, so I don't know if that's a great concept or not.
We were interested in your
Yeah.
input on that, but.
I think, not interested in any attraction flow during the period at which juvenile herring would be going downstream. So, but I think we need to vet it. We've been talking for ages about getting a committee together and assembling ideas, and we just need to do it.
Well, I mean, there's, the Cranberry Growers Association has got information regarding the same problem, because this isn't,
yeah, that's why I contacted Brian Wick up
it's
there.
not totally isolated to just this place.
No.
I mean, it exists elsewhere.
Oh, it's common.
Right.
It's very
Well,
common.
it has to be.
Yeah, it's all over the place.
But there has to be a reasonable method. You're not gonna save every fish.
Right,
But-
but the difference here is it's not a bog anymore. It's conservation land. So,
Usually with active cranberry bogs, they flush the water, they use insecticides, so mosquitoes don't occur in working cranberry bogs.
The chemical that you're using to treat, does that touch anything else? Does it impact anything,
It's a-
anybody, anywhere in the
It's a
world?
bacteria, and it's specific for mosquito larvae because of the way they feed.
What's it called? Just,
BTI is
BTI?
Bacillus thuringiensis
I'll look up
israelensis.
BTI
Just
for
BTI.
mosquitoes.
I mean,
BTI, it's a bacteria.
Just 'cause I'm interested.
For black flies in Maine, in rivers.
But not at the level we use it at.
No,
It's
no, no,
only,
no, no. And
the
they
level
use
we
it in
use it at is
other
only
organic
mosquitoes.
gardening. They use it in rice paddies
Yep,
for different types of fly larvae.
Yeah.
But I've been spraying it for almost 29 years now, and
He's still
I'm still
fine.
standing.
All right.
Is that a little,
No judgment.
waited here all this time.
Yeah.
I've become a patient man, Brad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right, no
I'm sorry.
apologies necessary.
did tell
It's
him.
way past my bedtime.
Yeah. I'm no longer hungry for
I'm
dinner.
just being-
Okay, well then,
so we'll involve you
Thanks.
in
Yeah.
future conversations about this. And we'll start putting together a group of people. Because you're gonna have to vote on the land management plan, we really only should, maybe a couple from this committee to make sure we have a quorum to vote on whatever the land management plan is that we come together with. I think you two have been working already on this.
I'm gonna be deeply involved with it.
Yeah, I think we got, well, I'll just see how we can all be
Well,
involved
We've
yet.
been talking about the SAMI quite a bit, and
Yeah.
so there's a process happening,
Yeah.
but we didn't talk about that, so we've been asking to have funds available for quite some time to hire somebody, and that hasn't happened. And so it's a topic we need to work on. And would it be a conflict if somebody worked on the plan and voted? I don't know why that would be a conflict.
I'd have to check it out.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. Okay, well, thanks, guys.
All right, yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Thanks for
thanks.
keeping mosquitoes in your thoughts with
Yes.
this whole planning process.
Big year for
You're
mosquitoes.
working next week?
I think so.
Oh, well, I want to talk to you about something else.
Yeah. There's a meeting on Grassy Pond on the 15th, so,
November 15th.
yeah,
Yeah,
1 o'clock, I think it is. Or
yeah, we're
1
going to one of our members lives on Grassy Pond, so the other people involved wanted to, view, because she lives on the northern side of Grassy Pond. So we're gonna go to her house and visit that, so they wanted to view that, the whole system.
Nice.
All right, well, thank you.
A week from Friday.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
week
let,
from Friday.
I'll let Paul know if you're interested.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Okay.
Give me a call.
All right, well, I'm gonna talk
Minutes, Amy.
We can do an order of conditions for 115 Sequotum Road.
Okay.
Sounded good to me when I read it.
Motion. Just kidding. Kind of.
Yeah, I came up with no edits for that.
Are we on the order of conditions still?
Oh, yeah.
Any comments on the order conditions for 115 Sequotum?
Nothing from me.
Somebody want to move on that?
Make a motion to approve order of conditions for 115 Sequoia.
Second.
Seconded by, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Please sign.
Want to knock off those 2 certs
Yep.
and call it a day?
We can do that. We could do the minutes if you want.
I think it's late enough.
Okay.
You know what, I read the minutes.
Next time
I
isn't
re-
gonna be
I-
much shorter.
Actually, we could all vote, but I minutes, and I have one question on one, and 2 small,
Well,
grammatical.
It's up to you if you wanna do them tonight, or we can hold off.
I think let's just finish the certs and
Certs.
call it a
So
night.
we can do 2 of them together, 22 Harwich Pines and 41 Greatwood. Both are for docks. We got both 22 Harwich Pines required an as-built, we did get that. And it complies, and then 41 Greatwoods did not have a requirement for an as-built, this was back kind of before we did that. But Nikki did the site visit and, found it in compliance. The owners had properly stored it in an appropriate location, and did some replanting. So recommend yes for certs for both of those.
I'll make a motion to approve, the two requests for certification of compliance, 22 Harwich Pines and 41 Greatwoods.
Do we have a
I
second?
second.
Second, by Stan. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Here's
carries.
2. All right, and if you want, you adjourn.
I move that we adjourn.
Seconds?
All those in favor, yay.
Aye.
Aye.